You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Good morning. Hello from Central Florida, Leesburg. To be exact here, we are here for the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes here in Florida. Third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our live coverage presented by Dakota Lithium, sponsoring our live coverage today, of which we will have 7 hours of it for you. These anglers have launched about an hour ago at 7 o'clock local time, and they are out there right now and have been out there for an hour. Full field today, 103 anglers competing for 4 full days. We did have a postponement of day number 1. That, of course, would have been yesterday, but we're going to get our 4 days in. The top 50 will fish on day 3, and, of course, we'll have the top 10 on Championship Monday. Sometimes that happens out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Had some weather conditions that were not safe yesterday in order to compete, so we went ahead and made this a 4-dayer that wraps up on Monday. There we go down to the Harris Chain of Lakes. Davey Height and Ronnie Moore. It seems like we've been there a million times. The Elite Series has not been there that many times. We just have so many other events down there, and it's such a popular place.
Yeah, a lot of opens through the years, some high school, college tournaments there for sure. The Elites, only in my career 2 or 3 times, I guess, in the 24 years that I fish, and it's been a couple years since we've been there. Very different this year, fishing at a different time of year, about 2 months later than we were there, our last visit with the Elite Series, and a lot of these fish are postponed, the majority of them for sure. Saw Justin Hamner looking for some fish in a canal a little earlier, but most of these fish are postponed, so a very different Harris Chain of Lakes this week.
Yeah, these anglers have had a couple of days to sit, and as Ronnie Moore mentioned before in our pre-coverage earlier, that Facebook Live, that these guys have had a chance to tie and untie all their stuff and retie it again, Ronnie.
And, contemplate what that wind did yesterday to some of their areas. You could be in the right area and get pounded yesterday, and we'll see who was impacted by that.
Let's hear from our 22 winner, Bunny Gross.
Harris Chain, 22, we won here. It's a lot different lake. We have less grass, even the shell beds. It's post spawn this time. Before we were pre-mixed with some post. They're just not set up like they were. The water's a lot dirtier. I really expected a better bite, but I think that storm yesterday could have positioned some fish just because the wind blew so much and for so long. So we're going to try some stuff that I haven't even practiced much in practice this morning, and then we're going to move on and hopefully we catch them today.
My goals this year are pretty simple. Make the Bassmasters Classic and win a blue trophy. We've accomplished 1.5 because I didn't win a blue trophy, but I won a Bassmaster Open trophy. So to win here would be special. I don't live here on this lake. I've fished it quite a few times over the years. My home state. It would be special to win here. But to be honest with you, I just want to win one this year. I don't know if this is the one, but I sure hope it is. But it would be meaningful. And the great thing too, win here, if I'm in contention, my family can come up and watch the weigh-in, and that's always meaningful to me. So, we're focused, we're prayerful, we're hungry, and we're going to see what happens.
I was honestly kind of excited for the off day because I figured, more fish were coming. I figured every day that we don't fish would be better, maybe. So the fish got 2 off days, maybe some more swam out there. So there's some positive attitude with it, but it's still, I don't have one of them areas where I'm like, that's the juice hole, I don't feel like I got some areas I can get some bites, but I don't know what they're going to be. So that's going to be the interesting part of today, to see what these areas produce. I don't really, it's going to be an interesting deal. If I get to 12 pounds, I'm just going to have fun the rest of the day, type of thing. So we're going to see.
3 of the anglers that we'll be in the boat with all day today. Buddy Gross, Scott Martin, Trey McKinney there.
Did you see Tommy? He's 19 years old in a month, and he's got facial hair already. He was completely clean shaven and fork, and now
this early we're going to start in on that.
Are you jealous or what?
Look at that leaderboard, Tommy.
Lee Livesey on top from Texas. Lee Livesey, who did not live up to his own expectations at Lake Fork, looking to get going again as we restart the Bassmaster Elite Series after our World Championship of Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic just 3 weeks ago. Tulsa, less than 3 weeks ago. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios. Sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, former Classic champ, 2-time Angler of the Year. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sucon are here as well. And Davey, it's you mentioned it, we're two months later than when we were here in 2022. And in 2022, we hadn't been here for a decade.
Yes, exactly. I really like the way they mix it up here this year, coming into Harris Chain of Lakes. 2 months later, most of these fish postponed. Expect to see more people fishing offshore and less people sight fishing, although I do think we'll see both of those during this week. So a very different tournament, same lake that we've been to just a few times with the elites, but a lot of times through the years with the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. Ronnie, I think this week will be different in a lot of ways. Less grass. A lot of people thinking the sight fishing probably not a big deal, but I do think the electronics will come into play this week. I guess you could consider that sight fishing a little bit. Use your electronics.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention that, Davey. The change up in the grass and the structure. Obviously, the Harris Chain is a great shell bar lake as well offshore, but the grass that we consider offshore grass like eelgrass and hydrilla, not nearly as plentiful as it has been in the past few years, and that is why the water clarity on the Harris Chain is a little bit different this week. Not just because of the wind yesterday and the rain. Some guys said that rain could help bring some more oxygen in for those shallow fish, but it's a little more stained, a little more dirty, not as much of that natural vegetation to kind of clear up those bodies of water. But we'll see some guys maybe go places where there is good grass. We've heard Griffin has some good grass, and there are some patches other places, but shell bars will be a factor, and that Kissimmee grass on the bank will be prevalent all day long.
All right, Mike Sucon, of course, this time around, Such, we've had 2 tournaments with a ridiculous number of 20-pound bags just throughout just about every day. I don't think that's our big concern today. We don't have to worry about that so much, but you've got other things you're tracking, I'm sure.
Well, first and foremost, I am tracking the 20-pound bags. We had 21 last time we were here. And, you know, Stetson Blaylock was one of these guys who said, I don't think I've ever fished a tournament in April in Florida, ever. Hackney said, you know, we're going to have skinny fish. We may have better catch rates, but to get in a 20-pound bag, somebody's going to have to pull out some magic and some bigger fish.
All right. Well, of course, all the pre-information has been a lot of anglers trying to say, well, I'm just not real hopeful, but that happens every time. And I think there are going to be some guys surprised us, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. That happens every single time. Scott Martin, somebody we definitely want to keep an eye on. Yeah, for every elite tournament, especially when you're in Florida.
We remember last time we were here, Tommy, we had a terrible day one with him. Nothing went right.
Right,
and then he blew it up and made the final day.
Okay, number one. About a pound and a half more than I had a minute ago. Oh gosh, I had him up good. Okay, first bass of the day. Not a big one, but tell you what, it's about a pound and a half more than I had a minute ago. That's the way we're gonna do it, guys. We just get some more bites down through here. Hopefully get 5. Get a couple good ones. There's some big ones in here. I mean, I sat there on that spot thinking like, oh, there's nothing here. And then boom, that was a couple big ones. And I caught some big ones over there, or I caught a big one over there the other day, and there were several more blown up, and they're still there. But I kind of learned something this morning. There's a couple local guys that live here, and they were sitting there fishing when I pulled out. They're like, yeah, we wrecked them yesterday. I don't know where y'all were. So they're probably like this down there right now. What is going on? So we'll let them rest. We'll come back and get them in a little bit.
You heard Scott Martin early. He's already achieved one of his big goals for the year. Became the first person to qualify for the 2025 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster. Great efforts. Rewrote a lot of the records for the Opens, for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens to start our year off down there in the Opens on Okeechobee, his home lake.
Including the single day biggest bag, which was here at the Harris Chain from Whitney Stevens, which also had a day one cancellation and turned into a 2-day event a couple years ago in 2019. We go out with Trey McKinney. We talked about it on Facebook Live. The locks will be a big player this week, Davey Height, whether you go all the way to Apopka and it's a 3-boat lock, or you go towards that Lake Griffin where it's maybe 10 to 12 boats and much quicker, but locking is still a gamble. It's never a guarantee you can come back.
Biggin.
Yeah, this is, Trey's not just sitting there waiting on the lock, though. When you see this, typically you think that, but this is his starting spot. This is where he
baby.
thrown a little curveball compared to a lot of the other anglers.
Why leave him? Why lower him, dude? Whoa, come on, baby. Let's freaking go, dude. That's a start. Come on, baby. That's a start. That's a 3-pounder. You know how big those are here?
That's big?
Yeah.
Stuff, man.
3-pounder. Let's get it, boys. Let's get it, boys.
2 or 3 people this week, Davey, had called and asked, said, what's the rules on how close you can fish to a lock?
Yeah, he was one of them.
And that's very interesting.
I didn't recognize him from the pre-interview. So calm. The last time we saw him at Lake Fork,
yeah.
I mean, he was going 100%
yeah.
every second of the tournament there, and why not? He came within a couple of pounds of setting the all-time record for 4 days of fishing. Trey McKinney, youngest.
Jordan Lee was a lot of fantasy players' picks, and he is leading the event. He's got a 4-pounder and a 3.5-pounder in his limit, going a little bit more than 11 pounds.
Stop. Don't you start. Don't you even start. So that was interesting first cast.
How was that bite?
Weird. So there's thousands of fish here. They just don't want to bite.
This was earlier today with
Now
Brian
it'd be
Schmidt.
really nice to throw back in there. And a big fish bit.
You can certainly see these are post-spawn fish. Look a lot smaller. Just body weight, you can just not as, I hate to say not as healthy because it's all part of the process. These fish are post-spawn. We've, the first 2 elite tournaments, those fish look like footballs. They were all pre-spawn. Classic as well.
Brian Schmidt, 2-time winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series at the Upper Mississippi and also at Lake Champlain.
Got Martin starting shallow. I think he's in Harris the way it looks there. And a little shad spawn going on early. Here we go.
Finally. All right. Number 2, we changed angles on them. The reason I came in like this is because these shad run these banks down the bank. They don't run in and out. So these bass sit outside of that and run up there and I'll pin them. It's a better fish. But the bass will patrol that edge, the shad running up down the edge. So if I can keep my bait in that strike zone, that's a good deal.
Good explanation there by Scott.
Yep.
Very true. Those shad are spawning and they run in parallel to the bank, and to make his bait look more natural up there, making casts parallel to the bank just like the shad.
Have we been able to see? I mean, that's got to be one of the, on your hand, how many shad spawn catches we've seen in the state of Florida, because we're never here.
No, we're never.
We're always
at
in the
right
fall,
time.
or we're in February.
Yeah, we'll see that every day this week, I think. But you're right. It's not
great.
usually happening in February.
That's a bonus. To tough fishing, that is a bonus.
Small.
This is Zach's spot, Brian Schmidt. And Brian New caught a fair amount of fish last time we were there in 2022.
We're definitely learning. They don't want that. They don't want it fast.
The size is diminished.
Yeah.
There are a lot of 2.5 and 3-pounders in. These are 1-pounders. But in Florida, these fish can be very, very important. You catch 2 7s and 3 of those,
They do not want
doing good.
fast for us so far.
Yeah, because when you catch, you might have 4 for 8 pounds, Tommy, and catch a 7-pounder, and you're in the game now.
Absolutely.
And
I think
it's any cast.
13, 14 pounds is not a bad deal on a day like today.
Jordan Lee's right there right now. He just called up, got rid of one of his 1-pounders with another 3-pounder. He's in 13 and a half pounds right now.
One of the most picked anglers among the fantasy players, I think you'd agree, is Jordan Lee.
He was up there, yeah.
There's a good one. There's a good one.
It's a real good one.
There's a good one. Yes! Woo! That's what we needed. That's what we needed, baby. We changed angles on this spot and it's working. Yes! We need them this size and bigger. That's awesome. Look at that, guys. I know it's not a trophy for Florida, but it's a trophy for this time of the year, trust me. I mean, guys are gonna catch some 8 and 9 pounders in this lake, but these fish are being a little funky right now. But that's one for sure that we're gonna keep. Yes. Put him on this side right here. Dude, that was so cool. Like I sat there and come around here. Okay. Yes. That felt good. That felt really, 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 really good.
Saw the fish a few minutes ago on a walking top water lure. That's a swim bait he's throwing there now.
A 3. So do 2 3/4.
Scott Martin off to a great start up there into the top 5.
I called him on Tuesday, and he said, "Oh, don't tell me you're calling me because I got a camera, because I am not. There's like 1 hour left in practice time." He said, "This is, oh no, oh no, oh no." And I said, "It'll be fine, Scott. It'll be fine. You'll be good."
Actually, that's a good sign when somebody says that. We put a camera on somebody like that, and then they catch him the next day. How many times does that happen?
He asked, he said, "If someone else is catching them, please remove it off me." I said, "You're going to catch 20 the second we take it off you." So
here's one of the great stories from our Florida swing this year, these 2 tournaments here in the St. John's. It's Rick Clunn fishing in his 499th Bassmaster event, 500 next week at the St. John's. Of course we're going to be on. One of the legends of the sport.
Nice job.
He ate it too, he didn't slap it. That's good.
$499th tournament. I'd hate to guess how many bass he has caught on a square bill crankbait like that one right there in the 499 or 498 previous events.
Yeah.
Solid fish there.
All right.
50 years with the Bassmasters, dating back, of course, to that would be 1974. You don't, none of us ever shook hands with Babe Ruth or Lou Gehrig, but we can still watch one of the original legends of our somewhat younger sport still performing at the top level.
that's what's so cool, is he is the connecting fiber. He is the bridge between the Bill Dance, Roland Martin, you know, Bobby Murray era that connects to the Larry Nixon and then the Denny Brower eras. And then you go to the Kevin Van Dam eras, the Brandon Pollock era. Like, Rick Clunn's been the one constant through it all.
He's the one. Of course, all those guys are still relevant. But Rick is something special. Down in Florida is where his last 2 victories happened not that long ago.
Yeah, my first full year with the Bassmaster tournament trail. And then the invitationals. Here we go. Give me another keeper here. I drew Rick Clunn, and when anglers fish against one another in the same boats, and it was quite an honor to
Probably ought to just call him right
draw
now.
him. At that point, he was a legend. And my first year,
yeah.
my rookie year on the tournament trail, that puts things in perspective. Not quite a keeper.
How'd it go that day, Davey?
It was good. It was good. In those days, you had your opportunity to 4 hours at the front of the boat, flip a coin, whose boat you were in, and all that. And I was like, hey, I'm gonna ride with you, and you run the trolling motor all that. I just had that much respect for him that many years ago. Certainly a legend.
We will be following that legend all the way through. His experience in this tournament right here. Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes. We are underway. We got 7 hours of coverage, a little less than that right now. And Jordan Lee, back in the Elite Series, is on top by a big margin today. A lot of people picking him to win this tournament. Lee Livesey, Wes Logan, Brad Watley, and Chris Zaldane make out our top 5. Plenty more on the way. Bassmaster Live. Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes, 3rd stop of the year. We're in Leesburg, Florida. Day 1 was postponed till today. This is day 1 of 4 days. We're going to get them all in at this one. And, well, someone has just connected, Such. We got a big fish alert there.
Brad Watley, an 8-pound even he put in bass track.
Wow.
He's up there past 5 guys who have limits with his 1 fish. He's up there.
Changer.
Halfway to your daily limit right there.
Wow. That's
4th
what can
place
happen
with that
here.
fish.
We're on the Harris Chain, folks. You know the history of this place. Incredible waterway or series of lakes here. 8 lakes. We are spread out throughout those. We're with 6 anglers all day long. We'll get you bonus coverage of others. Let's go back to the youngest ever angler to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, and did it in a big way at Lake Fork, our last stop, as a matter of fact, for 2024 for the Elites.
And now he's shaving.
I don't know how long I want to sit here, though.
It's from the boat of Trey McKinney. There he is.
Tyler Rivette there in the lock fishing. Trey McKinney with another good one.
Hey, you just stay over there. I'll take them all day long on a girl hook set. I'll be like, oh.
1st and 2nd from our last event as well.
Yeah.
Is that a keeper? That's a keeper. That's a 2-pounder. That's a 2-pounder. Blue. That's another one in the box, dude.
There it is.
It's another one in the box. Just do 1 pound and 3/4.
That's awesome. Weigh him, and he weighs 2 pounds, and put him in as 1 pound and 3/4.
I feel like I love our camera guys. They balance a lot of things, but if he weighs it and holds it and says 2-pounder, there's no need to clarify. Just, you heard it. And now,
Yeah, I knew.
Stick with
that
it.
would make epic.
Almost 131 pounds at Lake Fork, last stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Let's take a look at our, of course, he is a leader, the leader in Progressive Angler of the Year points. Trey McKinney right there, in fact, tied with Ben Milliken. So a co-leader, I should say, Patrick Walters, many people picking him to win it all this year. Justin Hamner came into the Classic in 4th place. Retains that spot for now. Classic champion, Kyoya Fujita. Good year for him, and coming off a great year in 2023. Wesley Gore, Cooper Gallant of Canada, Stetson Blaylock, Tyler Williams, a man from Maine, and Jordan Lee back in the Elite Series and on top, as a matter of fact, right now.
Yeah.
Our competition on the Harris Chain.
A word is that Justin Hamner requested to Lisa Talmadge that the Classic be a points event so he could
We
get
just need to
maximum
bribe him
points
to
there,
turn the
but she said
generators
no.
on.
So unofficially right
we need to
now,
bribe him to turn the current on about every 10 minutes.
Jordan Lee would probably be your unofficial AOY leader, with him
That
being
would
the
work.
top right now while people are still formulating their first couple fish of the day.
Let's get it, baby. Woohoo! Woohoo! Son. He liked the garlic. He a garlic bass, bro. Hey, y'all. That's That's a Florida bass. Yo, hey, let that thing go. That's my pet. That dog, look at that dog. He's up there catching my bass. How big's that one?
Explain maybe your perspective on why
That's
the
what
lock.
I got 1-3.
Something that we really haven't, it's been a thing maybe, but we haven't seen it from our top guys or guys on camera in the past. But why is fishing near the lock in this pinch point such a big deal for so many guys in practice in the tournament?
Well, it's obviously current. They open and close those gates and releasing that water and those fish set up their position. Post-spawn, Buddy Groves talked about it before takeoff this morning, hoping that the wind had created, he didn't mention current, but that's what he was referring to, some current on some of those shell bars that would position those fish better for him. But that's exactly what's going on here. It's their position right on the corner of that wall. Perfect place to ambush.
A lot more.
They can
current.
swim nowadays. They can swim, but they can't hide. It's a good little hiding spot there. A lot of people sit right over the top of them and lock to the next area. They're going to look for those fish. But with the advances in technology now, they can swim, but they cannot hide.
And I think this lends itself, Tommy, of anglers who, if you've been on the Elite Series since its inception, you've been here 3 times. If you've been an Opens, high school, college, or team angler, you've been here 5 times in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And so guys like Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins, who has won here before, a lot more experience on the Harris chain. Tyler Williams has been here through the Opens as well last fall. And those guys have fished it in different times of the year where you maybe needed. You didn't have sight fishing going on. It was a grinder in the fall. You needed to find other ways to catch them, and those little hints help in April now as well.
Let's take a look now at an angler who was top 20 here in an Open in 2019, but more than that, he is our current world champion, the winner at the Tulsa, Oklahoma Grand Lake of the Cherokees, the 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Justin Hamner from Northport, Alabama. What a display he put on there in that Classic. Just absolutely couldn't take our eyes off of him. I mean, he won it wire to wire.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Bassmaster Classic to win it wire to wire. Don't see that happen very often. Justin Hamner, a lot of folks thought going into this tournament that what he's really good at and what he had done so well in the first 2 elite tournaments is use his forward-facing sonar. A lot of anglers that we expected to see use that and do really well were not able to. And Justin Hamner figured a few things out a little differently, how to get these fish to react and decipher which ones were bass versus all the other species of fish. And great week for him. Certainly a deserving champion, and looking forward to seeing him this year, how he represents the sport. I know he'll do great.
Last few weeks have been a little crazy, I ain't gonna lie. It's been fun though. I've done more interviews than thought I'd ever do in an entire lifetime. But hey, I'm just glad somebody wants to talk to me. It has been insane. Can't thank everybody enough for. Dude, I had so many calls and texts, and I mean, I'm surprised my phone didn't just like fry. There's a couple times I wanted to throw it in the lake and just go fishing, but man, it's been wild. Whenever we were sitting there at takeoff and you hear Dave Mercer call out like the reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, that was cool.
Will it ever get old?
Heck no. That ain't ever gonna get old. That's the cool thing about the Classic. I mean, that's something that's with you for your life. It's pretty awesome.
Even before the Classic, you were going on.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Dude, it's been just like, go fishing. Just like today. I mean, we ain't found them yet, but we're just gonna keep going fishing and have fun with it and not get stuck to one game plan. I think that's like the biggest thing in fishing. Every time, you know, especially around the spawn, these fish are just changing so much every day. Like in here, I've seen more fish on bed than I've seen all week. It doesn't necessarily make sense to me, but hey, it is what it is. But I think a lot of these fish I was been getting a bite on frog, they're starting to lock down a little bit or something. Just need to make them bite. Still acting weird.
Classic momentum. He's also got Elite Series momentum. He come out of here, he's got 14th at Toledo Bend and 3rd place at Lake Forest. What are you catching? The biggest fish there, 11-pounder?
11-7.
11-7.
11-7.
What a year.
Personal best.
Biggest we've seen on Bassmaster Live. And he one-upped Tyler Rivette just 20 minutes after Rivette caught a 10-12. Who would have thought, you know, I'm going to catch the biggest bass of the tournament and then get beat 20 minutes later on the same day and get all your shine taken from you.
And bonus money.
When the weights settled at the scales, I think Hamner finished 4th in the event and is now the 9th most weight in B.A.S.S history, where it stacks up within the, you know, the Falcon weights and other weights.
It's so hard to fish
9th biggest weight ever.
And crap on the bottom.
I'm reminded here that we watched him work a boat dock over without ever looking at it during the course of that his fishing on the Grand Lake there, but he's looking at it now.
Yeah, interesting to see his strategy.
Need to find some of them dumb ones.
Sight fishing. And said he's seeing more fish locked on the bed than he did in practice, so.
But it is a good sign. I mean, that means they're, at least so far, the ones I'm seeing, they ain't leaving. Just might have to change it up how we was fishing. We still gonna catch one on a frog today, though.
I always enjoyed fishing these canals because usually they would be oranges floating where some of the landowners would have orange trees that branches overhanging the canals.
Yeah.
Not that I'd ever pick one, but if it's floating in the canal, I figure it's free game.
Well, yeah.
Tree ripe oranges are delicious.
The little taste of bass in there.
Yeah. A lot of these fish, or most of these fish, all the anglers agree, I think.
There's that big one.
Are post-spawn. Looks like you
Right
just
there.
saw a big one.
Where are they generally, Davey, right now between post-spawn and heading to summer? It's almost summer in Florida.
Yeah, it is, but one thing that
Needs to get up a little bit higher.
Scott Martin answered for me is the water temperature, even though we agree most of the fish are post-spawn, the water temperature is lingering in that low 70-degree range, so a lot of those fish haven't moved offshore. The shad spawn's still lingering around. They really make that push offshore when the shad spawn's over. And I thought coming in the shad spawn would be over here, but obviously it's not. We've seen Scott Martin and others, and I've talked to several anglers that catching them shad spawn early in the morning. So they're just kind of in between and not really set up out offshore as much as maybe we thought they would be coming into this event. And it'll change during the event. 4 days is a big time gap there. This time of the year, a lot can happen in 4 days for those fish moving offshore and setting up on those places like a Buddy Gross and some of these other anglers target those shale beds.
And some of the anglers talked about how it does feel more like you're in that post-spawn funk in some areas or depth ranges. You see fish out there and they've maybe made their post-spawn move, but they're not in the feeding mindset, whereas the fish that are post-spawn but are near the bank maybe are feeding on shad. So it's like there are some inactive fish, some spawning fish. We also have to remember we go to Okeechobee maybe in January, and they could be spawning there. They've been spawning since Thanksgiving, possibly.
Yeah.
They'll spawn from Thanksgiving to June at Okeechobee, according to Scott Martin, and we're 4 hours north of there. And so it takes a little bit longer, and it probably extends till June as well.
Knew there would be some
here and
still
there,
spawning here,
sure.
no doubt. And there will.
2 months later than we were here last time. Great challenges for these guys trying to figure out all these things that you all were just talking about. As a matter of fact, at our VMC On Point, let's hear how it's challenging these anglers, what they think.
All right, guys, so we've never been to Florida, I'd say in the month of April. I've never been down here past March.
April's an interesting month. It's a good month for fishing. You catch a lot of fish, but you're in that transition period.
Water clarity, I think, has been the biggest issue because of the lack of grass. I mean, there is not much grass in these lakes right now.
You know, the biggest thing we're looking for now is some clean water and some grass. You know, everything's kind of muddied up because of, you know, the lack of grass with all the wind we've had this year. It's just been a really windy year.
That changes the lake on how it develops, you know, what the bait forage is, where the bait forage is, where the bass set up, where they can, because I mean, like, certain lakes, that was like they're covered.
It really makes it complicated to say that this is a tournament that's going to be won doing X. It's kind of a breadbasket of different techniques.
I think, you know, main lake, big fish seem to live on the bigger lakes, Eustis and Harris, and if you can just unlock it, it's going to be the key.
Bassmaster Live coming to you from the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris chain of lakes in Florida. This is our third stop of the year. If you're just joining us, this is day one of this tournament. Day one originally scheduled for yesterday, postponed due to bad weather. We're going to get all 4 days in. There is your unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. A couple of former Elite Series champions there. Positions 1 and 2, Jordan Lee back with the Elite Series this year, former two-time Classic champ, I should say, for him. Lee Livesey, two-time Elite Series winner.
Wes Logan as well.
Three-time Elite Series winner.
Wes Logan, Elite champ at Neely Henry as well.
Absolutely. Brad Watley with an 8-pounder there, but take a look at Jordan Lee's day as it stands right now. Got started early. They launched at 7 a.m. local time, and in that first hour, he added his big fish of the day, a 4-pounder, filling in with a couple of threes, so actually 3 threes. Make for a good lead. He and Lee Livesey kind of have separated themselves from the pack, but it is early, as we always say, and it is just day number 1 of 4 days of fishing as we get down to these 8 lakes that comprise the Harris chain here. Always a very challenging riddle to figure out, managing your time, where you're going to travel, how much time you're going to take. This is a brain tester for these anglers here, the 103 of them fishing on day 1.
Or the right ones for Jordan Lee.
Yeah.
Just that one that really needs to go for sure.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of the anglers talk about a lot of 1-pound fish, but Jordan Lee definitely on a different class. Here we go.
Oh, come back,
This is where he saw the big fish a few minutes ago. Hooked up.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, sir.
Yes, sir. In the mouth. In the mouth. Yeah. That was sweet. Yeah. That's how you get it started. You know what? She goes in the big side. She goes in that big side. She smells like bass. Let's go. Come on, son.
Dude.
Come on. It just keeps getting better.
There's some nice fish in here.
Dude, there's another good one right there.
Anything still bed here? Or no?
Oh yeah, that one was off the bed.
Is that Ronnie's dad?
No, my dad's in the camera boat, you know, somewhere
Dude,
else.
She came
on the
over
Harris
there and just like, she saw it and then she just straight down. That's how you want them to eat it. Where'd that other one go?
Hamner's fish was just entered as a 5-pounder. Third biggest on the day. Kyle Norsetter has a 5.6, got him in our top 10. He's trying to make his 4th consecutive cut.
Come on.
Justin's got another one looking at his bait here.
Come on, buddy.
Take a look at something earlier from today. This is with Justin Hamner. That bait's an attractor for sure.
Oh, whoa.
All right. A little
hawk. Set the hook.
Oh,
no, I'm
man.
just kidding. Don't. It was a goose at Grand Lake, and it's a hawk at the Harris chain.
I thought it was going to be an alligator.
The goose was trying to attack Justin, but that hawk was all after the
So
frog.
I guess if we're going with the alliteration, a goose at Grand, a hawk at Harris, I guess we're going to have a stork at St. John's or something
Could
for
be.
Justin Hamner. Who knows? A serpent? I don't know.
A salamander.
Yeah, good.
Justin Hamner scoring big time there with that 5-pounder. Big looming early in the day for him, so he's off to a great start today. There's our 22 champion, Buddy Gross, fishing back then, 2 years ago, around the crowd but not in the crowd. Found something very special, just one of those special hard targets there in the deeper water.
Certainly, Buddy Gross, someone we want to keep our eyes on. Not only the winner from 2022, but most of these fish being post-spawn really sets up good for him.
Yeah, him and Brian Schmidt, are on camera. Obviously, Buddy won and Brian got a top 10 here, but 2 of the best offshore grass fishermen there is. So even though there's not too much grass, they know hard spots real well. They know where fish should congregate to, and it's how they've made a great living in bass fishing over the last couple years of their careers for sure. So we might learn a thing or two today on how they get by when the grass isn't as plentiful as it used to be.
Big school showed up for him on day number 2. It's gave him really catapulted him, but he went down a little bit on Saturday, but came back and won it all, as you see right there on Sunday, excuse me.
I'm not feeling real good. I thought I could catch a fish here for sure. They're just not real active. I don't know if his front slowed them down. I felt like for sure I'd get a bite right here, so to be honest with you, I'm a little bit nervous right now. They're down there, I'm looking at them, but they just ain't wanting to play. Now this could change. I mean, like if the sun gets up and this front kind of passes a little bit, I do think it's going to happen later today, and I'm glad I got a late day. But I really would like to start off with a few fish to get my nerves calmed down, because I had a really rough start to this year, really bad to last year. I just got a lot on my mind besides catching fish today. I got points are a big thing if you want to make the classic, and I never want to miss another classic. I didn't like missing that classic. It kind of drove a wedge in me a little bit. So. And it's all early in the season, but this is a 3rd event, so we got to be thinking about it now. Had a pretty bad performance in Florida. In Texas. And Florida's usually pretty good to me. I just got to figure it out. I've had one of the worst practices I've ever had. It's just getting to be the same old story. I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of it.
Oh, we got confidence Buddy will get out of it.
I've had 2 bites since I've been here. They're just biting the tail, though. They're not getting it.
He's been spending a lot of time in the
I
last
think it was little fish. I don't
month
think
or
it was
two
the right ones, but you don't never know.
Fishing with forward-facing sonar. Trying to get better with forward-facing sonar. One of the best in the business, if not the best, with using his Humminbird 360.
Another. Got my worm. They're just biting it back in the back end of it. I don't know whether to short my worm up or 3 bites in the same little patch.
And I'll say Buddy is down on himself. He tends to negate to being down on himself, but he had a stellar day 2 and day 3 at Lake Fork to get a top 25 there.
Usually when you get a bite on this thing, you're moving it that fast, they got it. It's not a, maybe not, it's usually a there, but The third one. I can't have that many bites and not catch one.
Look at his entire career. He's an angler that wins.
Feeding it to them. They're getting and what it tastes like. I don't like that.
When he doesn't win in a year or two, that's unusual for him. He has great expectations to hold trophies over his head, not just make checks.
He said last year really hurt his feelings. His bank account hurt a little bit of everything, he said. And I asked him, after Fork, you think there's a lot of guys out there feeling hurt too who are out practicing on live scope? And he agreed. He said, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
We had some
I'm catching up.
A while ago.
I'm going to catch up.
Now they're leaving. I can move around a little bit and not be so confined, but I still don't know what the deal is with that bite being like that.
Brandon Lester, 3.5 pounder, is our third angler over 10 pounds today.
Well,
third place.
As you guys can see, we're doing a little teamwork. As long as I catch the bigger one, I'm fine. Yeah, I got my turn. It's all right. Come on, dude.
I wonder how that forward facing is bouncing off that metal wall back. Two sets of forward facing sonars bouncing.
Like
those fish are probably in there going like, what's going on here?
It doesn't have a lock filter on it?
I heard it's so good you can see through the lock wall and the fish on the other side.
That's awesome.
Especially for a big one to eat it.
Over lock walls. Yeah. There's got to be some noise going on down there with all that sonar hitting that metal.
Just little guys. What? Yeah, like, that's the size of me. All right, one more cast with a jig. All right, I'm gonna go.
Any indication from Trey or anybody else, Davey, that this is a day one thing?
I think 4 for me.
You know, burn it, expect it, or is this going to be a replenishing thing?
He didn't say whether it's just going to be a day one. I'm sure.
I'll see you. Good luck, buddy.
Having another angler there changes strategies. Sounds like Tyler's leaving now, though, but he just said, you know, I'm going to start in an unusual place, which I guess we've never seen an angler right there. But fishing around locks and that current and the water coming in and out is certainly not unusual.
No. We used to always see it in the line outside the Toho lock on the Kissimmee chain.
Right.
You'd see people catching. They'd end up with 2 or 3 keepers while they waited for the lock right around all those little pieces of cover, and it funnels down.
Yeah, I mean, the Mississippi River, you name it, those locks certainly hold lots of fish. Another good fish to shot. Boy, the wind has certainly picked up there in his spot.
There we go. That was a little bonus fish right there. Good 2-pounder. That helps. There you go, our limit. That's our limit. That felt good. Dude, how about that? It's not a big limit, but my goal was to catch a limit and then go to a popka. Now I only need, I need less time at a popka now. You know, if I don't have any fish and go to a popka trying to catch 5 in a short amount of time, that becomes stressful and complicated. Now, put my head down when I get down there, fish for a few hours, and hopefully catch 3 or 4 fish that help. So.
Good strategy there.
We'll be following him. Going down there. He gave us a lot of fireworks down there last time, and a lot of trouble as well.
So. We saw Ben Milliken in the Open last year try to fish for 2 or 3 hours, catch a quick limit, and go down. He left Harris with 0. Scott leaving with Harris with 5. Way different attitude.
Boat position takeoff has a lot to do with those strategies. There's no need to go down there early if you're boat number 70.
Two-time Classic champ Jordan Lee on top of our leaderboard there with 15-12. That is a good day here already. Lee Livesey not too far behind him, and the rest of the field with Lester, Logan, and all the rest will be back to the Harris chain momentarily. We are back. Lowrance Bassmaster Elite Harris Chain of Lakes. Thanks for being with us this Friday morning on Bassmaster Live. This is the first morning of our tournament. If you're just joining us, yesterday was postponed because of weather concerns, and the big wind did show up, and we're going to get 4 days in. We plan to have a championship Monday for you, as we have done a few times through the past years. Jordan Lee back on the Elite Series this year, and I guess he was waiting for this one. He's gone out to a big lead out there. One of the big favorites among fantasy players was Jordan Lee as we started this tournament right here. So that's sort of the chalk is working for somebody. So a few people this morning, or lots of people.
Not shocked to see Brandon Lester in third place as well. I think out of 38 Florida events he's fished in the Opens and the Elite Series, he's gotten a top 40 in 28 of them. So more times than not, he's going to be in the top 40 of a tournament.
He's one up at Toho, up at
Yep.
the Kissimmee chain in the Opens.
Scott Martin with a good start. Talking about maybe going to a pot canal. Lee Livesey, talked to him before the tournament started. He had a very similar plan, a late boat this morning, and thought, hey, if I can get a solid limit, I'd rather go to a Potka and spend the rest of the day. I think the chances of catching those 3+ pound fish are better there than anywhere else on the chain right now.
All right, Clunn with one, might make a keeper, we'll see. But boy, what a history this man has in bass fishing, and here in Florida, right here at Leesburg in the Harris chain.
Not only is Rick Clunn the all-time B.A.S.S. money winner, he's also the only angler to win 3 Bassmasters Classics, the World Championship of Professional Bass Angling. And in 106 Bassmaster tournaments, he's finished in the money 79 times. That's almost 75%. Rick Clunn is a pro's pro.
Some footage from 1987. Was that the Megabucks down there?
I think it
probably
was. But just think about that. At that point in his career, 3 classic wins, 4 regular tournament wins, 7 total wins, and an all-time money winner at $300,000.
$300,000.
So the sport has changed.
Yes.
The payback is a little better.
Money
than it
has
was.
changed as well, for sure. What a record. What an incredible, incredible career that is still going on. And we're going to be with him all day today. Certain.
Almost 125 top 10s out of almost 500 events. That is a
25%.
That's such a clip that and granted, let's just take the last decade or 15 years of his career,
in his 60s,
where there's 150 events and far less top 10s than it was before. That was probably 50% of his events he was top 10.
You have to be realistic about that. That later in his career he didn't hit the top 10s quite as much. So to think about, in the first 20 years of his career, the percentage of top 10s was phenomenal.
I heard they built the casinos in Vegas because it was the betting odds was Rick Clunn going to make a top 10 this week, and it was yes, he is.
42 top 3s.
Wow.
Man. 16 first, 14 seconds.
Wow.
12 thirds.
Hey, he may do it here. Certainly don't rule that out. Here's your last elite angler to win here at the Harris chain, Buddy Gross. 77-11 back in 2022.
Some new guys in our top 10, Brandon Card, Tyler Rivette, Hunter Shryock, Matt Aries in there.
I just let him have it longer is all I did. It's not much, but it's a start. You got to start. We want 0 today. Thank you, Lord. There's one. You see how long?
Made one little adjustment and caught one.
Yep. I let him have it. Fine on me. As long as I know what to do. I just wish I'd executed on the other ones now. They seem to like it.
Buddy missing a few fish before that.
5 bites and 1 patch of grass.
Just said he let him have it a little longer there. That's not setting the hook quite as soon, and you ask, well, why do you do that? Why don't you always do that? You don't want to hook these fish too deep.
No, that's
and lose 4 ounces for a dead fish penalty. So, and normally when those fish are feeding, you don't have to let them, quote unquote, have it longer. They get the whole bait. Your Clunn hooked up. Pinch point here, you can see where there's obviously going to be a little current with the wind moving some water around, and you can see he's right at the mouth of a canal. Quite the water movement you'd have at a lock, but certainly some water flow there in the mouth of that canal. Always be a good spot because of the water movement. With a shad spawn, the shad really love that current and to get in areas like that where there is some current moving.
And people really they underestimate how much flow there actually is on the Harris chain. When you get the mouth of the Dora Canal either side, you know, there's obviously going to be more hard spots at the mouths of those with it. So Buddy Gross is down in that range.
Yeah, it was good to watch. So you see Buddy about to set the hook, and then he's like, no, I need to wait just a little bit, and he did, so working out for him. There is a bass beneath the grass.
Not what we're after, but it's another keeper. Keep catching them. Number 2.
Those solid keepers for Buddy.
Yeah. What's a side salad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord. Still getting bites, as many as I've missed. Many as I've missed. Heck, I can't believe I'm still biting. Got a little shaking going on, that's good.
If it ever stops, you gotta quit, man.
I'm telling you, I still love it. How can you see that mirror?
That's what's so cool to see these anglers that excited, you know, over catching a 2-pound bass. It shows how into it they are. I guarantee you, see Rick Clunn catch a solid fish. In his 499th event, you'll see him a little nerves too.
Yeah,
I mean, he still loves it. That's what's so awesome about all these anglers. They're great in their own ways, but they all just really have a passion to compete. There's
your Lowrance bird's eye view, and look at where Brian Schmidt is set up there.
Hear the anglers talk about water clarity. It's good to look at it right there. Certainly a pea green tint.
Yeah.
A lot of pollen, not only on the surface, but has gone in and gotten within the water column, which has made it a little dingier as well.
Your conversation with Brandon Cobb yesterday that was up there, he pointed out that Harris is not one of these clear spring water lakes here. It's traditionally got a lot of color in it. It's not dirty, but it's got plenty of color, even in no matter what the conditions are.
That's a giant. Please stay on. I'm coming to the back, Bubba.
Yep, all clear.
Boy, look at this. Bird's eye view, you can see that's a solid fish.
Cool.
There we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bubba, if there's some more there, that thing didn't even hit the bottom, Bubba. It's a nice one.
Nice fish.
Yes, sir. Magic worm time, magic worm. Let's just see if he's by himself.
It was reminiscent of that 8-pounder he grabbed from the back deck,
My
very
worm's so
close to where
messed up, I
he's
gotta
at
get
now
another
from
worm.
last time we were here in
Dude,
2022.
I mean, it didn't even hit the bottom.
Dude, he pulled your thread, and I'm like,
Oh, I was like, this is a giant. I mean, it's a good one, you know, but. No.
come on now.
No. 3.
A little downsizing there on that one too. Don't put it in as a 4, put it in as a 3.
Oh my.
That's a solid 3, I would say.
Yeah, it's all a 3.
Magic worm. Just a really good worm, man.
Is that kind of like float more than like a salty one, or is that pretty salty?
It's pretty salty. It's just like, what could I say here? It's very soft. Very subtle, like you don't have to do much and it's moving. There's no way that fish is by himself, buddy. But I'm sure we'll sit here for 30 minutes and never get another bite. Yeah, I mean, it didn't hit the bottom, you know what I mean? I don't think I made the right cast. Yeah, there's a hell of a shell bait right here. Fish didn't practice, didn't get bit. We had one knock it down there on our other shell bait. I mean, please let there be some more sitting right here.
I mean, wouldn't that kind of like that quick bite more than likely suggest there's more there?
It's gotta be. I mean, it's not a small deal. There's no way I got that lucky it landed on the only one. But I'm sure we'll sit here for 30 minutes and never get another bite, you know? But we're gonna give them some different baits. Faux show. Dude, you see him zzz.
When I went back to the bank, I was like,
I was like,
there's no way that's like,
no.
like,
And Schmidt just
There's carp, there's other stuff, but I'm
very
like,
close to
there's
where
no
he caught a
way.
lot of his fish in 2022. Same general area. There was 20 or 30 boats there on day one that year. Not as many boats
yeah.
around this year.
What a great view. That is Florida 101 right there. That's beautiful.
Surely
We gotta
is.
fish slow, bro. Key little spots, maybe fish fast, but these big ones, and just the mood of the overall fish, they're wore out, I think. They're tired from the spawn. They don't want to bite. Sometimes, burning stuff can get them to react, though, too. How the hell do you pull up and catch one, excuse my language, and you can't catch another one? It's absurd. Sorry, we're going to give them something they really like here now.
It's absurd. That might be our audio technician, Ricky, might be clipping that one off. That's absurd.
Well, Brian's going to be there 30 minutes, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah.
At the least. That was some good feedback he got pulling up and catching. That good one right there. Trey McKinney had a good go at that lock up here. Looks like he's still there.
Had 70-plus anglers on the Bass Track leaderboard, and a lot of the other guys don't have Bass Tracks or timestamps right now.
What did he say when he put the glide bait up? One more cast with a jig? And then Tyler said, I'm going to leave, and now he's still there?
Yeah.
He's just hanging.
A little strategy going on.
That was, yeah. I'm right behind you, Tyler.
I'm going to make 100 more casts with another bait, but one more with a jig. One more with a jig.
There he
There
is.
it is. See? Okay.
Okay. There's one more. Not a bad little fish. Ow, it's got little sharp teeth. Skinny. Not a bad little fish, guys. You know, it's not a 6-pounder, but green. 2-pounder. We go, guys. I did scope that one.
Trey McKinney mixing it up with baits. Maybe a drop shot there. I thought I saw a sinker below his hook there. Fish earlier on a jig, throwing a big swim bait some, giving them different looks.
Some different smells with some garlic.
That fish, he regained our AOY lead on Bass Direct.
It's number 5.
There you go, man.
One and a quarter. One and a quarter on yellow, I guess.
Kenny just posted the 20th limit of the day so far, jumps him up to 4th place.
Before they get too feisty.
He doesn't have any real big ones, but he's
10 and a half pounds.
So he's got that solid, yeah.
Sure.
Almost catch a 5-pounder, 6-pounder, you'll be in a good spot.
I think he's understated every fish that he's put in the live well, it appears to me. So he's got a little more than that.
Having a good day so far. Nothing to compare to what he was able to get done at Lake Fork, which was phenomenal. But hey, that's we got different looks everywhere we go. A different set of challenges. And, Trey McKinney's kind of handling the changes very, very well in 4th place. As Such mentioned there, Jordan Lee on top. Lee Livesey, Brandon Lester, and Wes Logan rounding out our top 5. And there's Kyle Norsetter shooting up that leaderboard as well. We'll take a quick break and be right back to the Harris chain. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. So great to have you with us. 2.5 hours into our fishing day. Full 8 hours of fishing for our full field of 103.
There he is.
There's a big lizard for you right there. One of the local crew.
Did he have a snorkel? What was that on his mouth? Was that a big piece of eelgrass or was it a little snorkel?
I think he had one of those tulies in his mouth there, as they call them out in California.
Picking his teeth.
Yeah. He had the bird that was sitting on that tule a little farther down in his mouth.
Still chewing that blackbird down a little bit. Trey McKinney.
I noticed that gator a little earlier, but I wasn't sure if it was a gator or a log. But good work, Wes Miller.
Oh, come on.
And for those who think it could be a crocodile, those live in saltwater.
Oh, he's on it. He's on it. He's on it. All 3 of them. Oh, oh my gosh.
Oh, the big bait, too.
Dude. Oh, that hurts. That was like a 4-pounder. Not really, but 3.
How about Steve Kennedy? He just landed 2 4-pounders and a 110 to get into 8th place with 3 fish.
Let's get back out to Buddy Gross, most recent champion here at Harris Chain.
We always Seem to hear from Steve Kennedy when there's a shad spawn going on.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be right on top of it.
Working his way through that for sure. Buddy Gross kind of got on something a little bit ago, started getting some catches rather than just bites.
Babies. That's 3. Thank you, Lord. That's right. Gotta start somewhere. Keep it going. I know it ain't a big one, but we're getting there. We can go have some fun. A lot of stress-free fishing if we can just get us a limit. Because the limits ain't easy. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Brandon Card landed one of those 4-pounders. He's to 11.5 pounds on the day, 3rd place.
I give that one whooper lash. I give that fish whooper lash.
Yeah. Bobby Lane.
That's a compliment for Florida. Nuh-uh. Woo.
Buddy Gross won his first Bassmaster Elite Series event when we cranked up the Bassmasters after all the
we resumed
cancellations, etc. from 2020. Buddy won it. Lake Eufaula on the Chattahoochee.
That was a great event. Great
It
event
really
all the way
was. That
around. Buddy Gross figured something out a little different around those brush piles. Brim beds, the brush piles with brim beds was his key, and he just caught a different class of fish. A lot of his fish were 5+ pounders.
That was just a breakthrough tournament for everybody. Yeah. We had been wanting to have something positive like bass fishing, and it came back. Well, we got plenty of positive things to celebrate so far today on the Harris Chain. Also celebrating the fact that the one and only Dave Mercer is with us today. Dave will be picking up the coverage a little bit later from on stage. So we'll be talking to Dave here in just a minute. Oh, we're talking to him now. There's Dave. Hi, Dave. How's it going? How's your Florida experience going so far?
It's weird. I mean, I've been here for, 36 hours, and I feel like I've been here for 2 months. It is bad to spend a day off with anglers, especially after they've spent a day off before. I mean, they were ready to go. Obviously, yesterday, a smart call with the way the weather looked like. You look around behind me, there's a little bit of cleanup still happening here. Extreme winds yesterday, a very aggressive storm. But this one is a weird one. I don't know if I've been sucked into the vortex of negativity that sometimes surrounds our anglers, but hanging out with them, it feels like it's a tournament a lot later in the season, if that makes sense. It's only the 3rd stop of the year, but a lot of anglers feeling a lot of pressure going into this one because Florida can be a fickle fishery, but this one, fishing very tough for them. Hank Cherry explained to me this morning at takeoff. He said it's predictable where the fish are, but it's unpredictable when they're going to bite. He says, every time you get a bite, it's at that key zone, that little point in the reeds or whatever that you're keyed in on. But he said, you got to hit a bunch of them, and it's kind of like playing bingo. And every once in a while they call B42 and bingo. Your number is up, but it's Florida. There's going to be some big fish, but this one is not going to be an easy one. Some anglers predicting that the cut weight could be as little as 10 pounds a day to get inside the top 50.
Wow. Yeah, so Dave, tell us a little bit about, obviously we had a postponement, good call by Lisa Talmadge, the winds and the storms there yesterday. When we're in Florida, it seems like we're always talking about water quality, water clarity. Can you tell a difference there since you were there, like you said, 36 hours ago? Can you tell a difference in the water, the way it looks now that the sun's up there today versus yesterday and the day before?
I can't really see that much of a difference, Davey, to be honest. But to be honest, I mean, it's such a big playing field. You got 8 different lakes you can fish, so I'm sure there is a lot of difference. But right here at Takeoff, which is really the only area I've been, it's been fairly consistent, I would say. But I'm sure there's differences throughout the chain. The big worry, though, with a lot of the guys, too, is locking here. And you got to remember, the locks in Florida, it is a lot different than Tennessee River locks, where you see 20, 30 boats go into a lock. You got locks that hold 3 boats, and they take 45 minutes. And this is what makes bass fishing the best, if you ask me. These little things that you're like, the Masters is happening right now, and there's a dude walking around behind each golfer with a little shush sign. Well, not only are competitors, they deal with having spectators, and they love having spectators there. Several guys said one of the biggest, scariest things is, you know who gets precedent at the locks? The manatees. There is locks that if the manatees show up, and they lock through every single day, allegedly. I mean, I have not seen this, but they've told me they lock through every single day. They roll through whenever they choose to roll through. And if the manatees show up, and if you're waiting to lock through and the manatees show up, they get priority, and the bass angler has to wait. So, I mean, there's a lot that can mess with you, but that's a horrible answer to your water clarity question. But, hey, manatees can mess with you here, Davey Height. Manatees.
You talk about one of the big things, the head scratchers for the anglers is figuring out how much travel they're willing to indulge in, how much time they're willing to give up, Dave, out there. Do you think a local, a Florida person has an advantage there? Do you think there's any local advantage going on right now in the Harris chain?
I feel a Florida angler always has an advantage, just because the way you have to fish in Florida, and some feel it's just a speed thing. You got to slow down. You just got to continuously fish, whatever you feel that. But Florida anglers do well in Florida. I mean, and that sounds ridiculous because, sure, South Carolina anglers do good in South Carolina, but Florida, a very different type of fishery. And I would say, yeah, you're going to see a local's advantage here, but this fishery, and we've seen, I mean, there's giants that live here, but guys are going through a lot of smaller fish to get to those giants. So I'm going to say, well, I mean, Scott Martin's catching them pretty good, isn't he? So, yeah, definitely the locals will decimate the field here this week.
Well, Dave, thank you so much. We're looking very much forward to you taking over our coverage on location there a little bit later in the day. The great Dave Mercer, who will
get back to cleaning up here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think you missed a spot over there. You might want to check that out. Dave Mercer, always a pleasure. He'll be presiding over the weigh-in, which happens around, I believe, 3 o'clock today, local time. That's check-in time is 3 o'clock anyway.
Yeah, for the first flight. I think 4:30 is the last flight, so about an hour and a half for all the flights to get through. You saw going through the lock there, 3 different anglers there. Yeah. Corey Johnston, Tim Doobie, Robert G. heading to the west into Griffin. Much more easy of a path to do that midday. If you wanted to go at noon, you could go lock through and still make it back, with it being 10 or 15 minutes and only being 1 lake away, really, from the takeoff.
Ryan Schmidt. Saw him land a good one a little while ago.
Clear as day. Poor guy's been caught.
The last 5 minutes, Brandon Lester has caught a couple 3+s to get over 14.5 total.
Get some fired up and get your bait working right.
This is when things should really happen. Your best chances to catch those bigger fish when that water's flowing through like that.
How much bait you think comes through with that?
Oh, it's no telling. Lots of it for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's get it, baby. Come on. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Good
Look at
call
that
for
fool,
him there.
dude.
There you go,
Oh. Let's freaking go. Big glide bait. Medium-sized fish. guys are getting ready to open the lock, they're getting ready to see, so we have to cull really fast.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be bait. It's more so the fish are expecting bait, so they're on it ready to pounce. Bait doesn't have to necessarily come through for them to be ready to bite. You know, that's just the kind of their dinner bell is, hey, something's different than it has been the last 10 minutes.
Come on. I'm about to open it.
Trey McKinney, one of our big stories for 2024. His big days were 4 days at Lake Fork, our second stop of the year, and on a record-setting pace.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the most enjoyable tournaments to watch on Bassmaster Live for sure. The big fish catches, and it never seemed to stop when we went from one camera to the other, seeing 6 to 11-pound bass being reeled in. Trey McKinney able to be the most consistent. 130 pounds, 15 ounces for 4 days. Absolutely incredible for the young. He just turned 19?
1 week prior. He just turned 19. Yep. So, Davey, he had 33 pounds, 3 days, and he had 30 on his low day. And that's what held him back from, he won the event, but held him back from breaking the all-time record. Was he didn't get 33 on that day 3, I believe.
No, 1.9 short, 1 pound 9 ounces short of tying the all-time record.
Well, he is your Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year leader, as he is as well our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader, tied with Ben Milliken in both of those categories. The two rookies really having a terrific start to this year of 2024. We'll also see Wesley Gore, Maine's Tyler Williams, New York's Kyle Patras. Big, diverse group there. Big rookie year once again for the Bassmaster Elite Series. What a place. All the denizens of the land around the Harris chain of lakes, the land and the water, the Spanish moss, everything. What a beautiful spot. Our TH Marine Weather Watch. Today's conditions, 77 degrees. Going to be the high today. 53 degrees tonight. So what a fantasy place to be at this time of year. Speaking of which, Running War.
I like that segue, Tommy Sanders. And we are over here at the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge. We're back in our happy place. We had a different screen for the Classic, and it was kind of getting used to each other for 3 days. We're back to the one that got me here. Harris Chain of Lakes, third stop of the Elite Series season. And because Such has been mentioning some of these guys that do occupy my fantasy team, for all transparency purposes, it's day one. Got to lay out who I picked for the fantasy team, so that, you know, at the end of the week when we're all gloating, you know it's honest and true. And this is the way for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing it went for me. I had a feeling for some reason that Corey Johnston, even though Chris Johnston, Jeff Gustafson, even Cooper Gallant they're all Canadians, and they've all won on the Opens or the Elite Series. Corey's won on the Opens as well. It's been all smallmouth for all of those anglers, but I feel like Corey's first Elite Series victory could come on a largemouth fishery, and I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if it was in the state of Florida. So he was my Bucket A pick. Kyle Norsetter. In Bucket B, I really just couldn't get comfortable. There were so many options and ways of convincing yourself. You could pick a guy who's good at forward-facing sonar. You could pick a guy who's been good at Florida, but hey, we've never been here in April. Kind of confusing. Kyle Norsetter's off to a good start this season. You mentioned it, Tommy, trying to make 4 cuts in a row for him dating back to last year. So Norsetter's got good momentum going, and this is still his style of fishing. He's a Wisconsin angler, so shallow grass fishing, up close and personal, is still something he's very good at as well. Brian Schmidt, he's on camera today for a reason. One of the best offshore fishermen that we have on the Elite Series and success here. He was my Bucket C pick. Greg Hackney, you're very rarely going to be able to get Greg Hackney on discount, layaway, and that is Bucket D is what we'll classify that as. He's not going to be in Bucket D long. He normally is never this far down in the AOY race. So Greg Hackney, I'd expect him to move up after this, so I had to get him in Bucket D. And then Caleb Kufal, for this trend of trying to decipher who is good at technology and who is good at maybe flipping or pitching or fishing shallow predominantly, Caleb Kufal is one of the best old school anglers that we would say. His style of fishing, the way he enjoys, he's always got, his trolling motor doesn't have a spot lock on it. He's the one who likes to keep it the way he grew up fishing with a jig. And this place, with bites being fewer and far between, If he locks something like that in his hands, I expected maybe a bigger bite. But when we think about also the top percentaged anglers, none of these guys were the top percentage in their bucket. Guys like Jordan Lee and Ben Milliken were for bucket A. You had the Drews in bucket B and C that were the highest picked, as well as Kyle Welcher. And then you've got a couple other Floridians like John Cox in bucket D. And I believe the final bucket, the highest picked angler was Will Davis Jr., but that is a little bit of an asterisk. He got put in the wrong bucket this week. He is supposed to be higher up in fantasy fishing, but that's the way it lays out for my team. I was very happy with Such giving some BFAs earlier. And some.
You'll like it more. Kyle Norser just caught a 315. He's in third place with almost 14 pounds. But Hackney's off the board. We haven't seen any fish from him at all.
Oh, that's fine. He'll bring him in later.
If your fantasy team does not appear at the top of the leaderboard right now, do not despair. We're going to get the full 4 days in, so
Yes.
a lot of changes between now.
Some guys who've had a bad season so far were very excited. They will be fishing their first Saturday of the year no matter what tomorrow
right.
because a full field's fishing tomorrow.
That rings hollow, Ronnie. That's almost like taunting.
Hey,
Like he
for the
said
first
earlier.
time all year, my whole fantasy team will be competing on the weekend.
We said Brad Watley had that 8-pounder, the Phoenix Boat's big bass of the event so far. He does not have any friends and has fallen into the teens.
I saw that.
He was in our top 10 earlier. But Norsetter, he caught his limit. And here comes John Garrett, just caught a 6.5.
I'm not hungry.
John Garrett's first fish was a 6.5 a moment ago. Goya Fujita is in our top 10 with 10 pounds even.
You some gun. Little bitty.
They're moving all around here. On my bite.
Just about to wrap up our third hour of fishing here. First day, if you're just joining us, the first day is today. It was scheduled for yesterday. Weather would not permit it. We're going to get our full 4 days in, including a championship Monday. So looking forward to that. Once in a while it happens.
A lot of variety this week.
Yeah,
These 4 days. We've seen it already this morning, but it's not going to be. Some elite events, you got about 3 baits. It'll be players, and the depth range will all be very, very similar. But this is not going to be one of those tournaments. You're going to see a lot of variety.
Yeah, we saw our classic champ standing in front of his screen, catching fish a little earlier today, which was kind of interesting.
Imagine that, Tommy.
Can't
These guys
imagine.
know how to catch some bass.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I was about to say Rick Clunn's all by himself in the canal, just like he'd like it. Peace and quiet. Brian Evie's minding his P's and Q's in the back, and then Rick looks up because there is a big old mosquito flying above him, getting the bird's eye view, the Lowrance bird's eye view for us.
He's seen it all in 50 years.
Yes.
Mosquitoes are a lot better than the helicopters years ago.
Exactly. Exactly.
Clunn won his first Classic in 1976. 40 years after that, he wins again on the St. Johns River here in Florida.
He almost
don't
didn't
think
go to
anybody's
that
going to
first
match
Classic.
that.
Working on a story, talked to him a little bit and putting together a lot of articles I've written on him, and one he had to pawn his deer hunting rifle to get to that first Classic.
That's so crazy.
To get on the mystery flight.
Yeah, just to get himself from Houston to New Orleans, he needed the money just to make that trip. The plane was leaving from New Orleans, raise a mystery destination flight.
So I did a little vlog Going to be on Bassmaster. Talked about that too. Justin Hamner being obviously the most recent winner. A similar story. Didn't have to hawk a deer rifle, but cut grass, did extra side work with weed eaters, that sort of thing, to try to make his way onto the Elite Series. So,
great.
A lot of years in between there, but very similar stories.
If anyone thinks that someone hasn't sacrificed anything of some sort, a lifestyle change or extra work or doing the due diligence to make the Elite Series, and they don't know what they're talking about, because even a 19-year-old Trey McKinney probably sacrificed friendships and high school time that you would do things as a kid to be fishing to get to this point.
Hey, there's a keeper. Number 2. I need to flip a little bit more. Okay.
Hamner told me he got real emotional, saying what all he put his family through, being the long hours, trying to go fish, and then coming back and having to work and being gone so long. And
what the heck? Oh. Wasn't ready for that
Hamner
one.
caught a 5-pounder. Mark Menendez just landed a 5-pounder to get in our top 10.
Uh-oh. Hey, 5-pounders, music, Davey? What does that mean?
Ah, that's the first time we've heard that music here this week. Been waiting for 24 hours to hear it. I thought we'd be hearing it yesterday about this time. But hey, it's good to hear. Good to see Justin Hamner, reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, using his forward-facing sonar exclusively to win the Classic, but he's in front of his forward-facing screens to catch his bass off the bed. Power pole replay of the day, Justin Hamner catching them in a different fashion of sight fishing. Get it done there, Justin Hamner. Power pole replay of the day.
Yeah. That's how you get started.
That's about his 5th one this year, not even including the Classic. He had him at Fork, at Toledo
It's only his
Bend,
8th day on live, or it's it's his 6th day on live, but his 5th power pole replay of the day.
Good job. He's definitely might not be leading angler of the year, but he is the Classic winner. He's definitely leading with the power pole replays of the day.
Yeah.
Hey, this is him.
There we go. He promised us this. Said we're going to catch one on a frog.
A good intro for live would be like catching one on this frog, about 7 pounds. We've been playing with some bedding fish, but this is really how I thought we was going to catch them. You see this right here? You see how it starts mixing? That's that good coffee water right there. All that wind yesterday, I think boogered up a lot of stuff. This is what the water's supposed to look like. Gosh, that looks good.
You see right there.
We're about to get big.
Where he describes the mixing of the colors from the wind yesterday.
If I trim up.
That tannic water coming from the back of that canal.
Cody Huff, who had a great
and we
showing
can play
at the
around the
Classic.
golf.
8th place, just caught a 5.5-pounder.
Is there ever a golf course pond that's like not good? You see how it just went from like that muddy crap to.
Keep our eye on Justin, see if he catches one on that frog. It would be a good way to start a live show. Maybe tomorrow's show if he could catch a 7-pounder on a frog. I think we'd do that.
He could get the 2nd power pole replay of the day.
That's right. He's hogging all the replays. Back to Brian Schmidt.
Hard to catch. Skinny, skinny, skinny.
A lot of these anglers, Dave, you're talking about how important a limit is, and there will be people who go to a Popka because the overall sized fish that they're catching this week are bigger, but with limited time, you may catch 3 and come back, and if you do less than your minimum of 5, you've left some stuff out on the plate.
Yeah, and before all the winds, I think it was an issue about the time to fish over there, but Apopka being such soft bottom and a shallow fishery, the winds, a lot of the anglers were concerned, I'm sure, about how stirred up that water would be and how dirty it would be over there in that lake.
We may be visiting Apopka a little bit later on. One of our anglers is, we think, on the way over there. That would be Scott Martin, so we'll be able to check in on that. Before too much time has passed, we have had the first 3 hours of fishing pass here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, and we find Jordan Lee, the man on top of the leaderboard, but just a little bit ahead of Brandon Lester. More to come.
And now, Rick Clunn, the tournament leader and the only B.A.S.S. angler to ever win 3 Bassmasters Classics.
Here he is, folks. The leader of our tournament with 45 pounds, 2 ounces this morning with a limited bass, Rick Clunn. Rick is, he has a man behind him by 7 pounds called Roland Martin. Today's weight for Ricky Clunn, 11 pounds, 15 ounces.
Rick Clunn from 40 years ago, the Florida Invitational down on Okeechobee. He's fished them all in Florida Invitationals, top 100s, top 150s, Bass Tour, Bassmaster Elite Series, and probably won in Megabucks. Yeah. He's probably won in all those categories through the years. What a career. That was 40 years ago, and his career is in its 50th year right now. Just incredible stuff.
And I think that, you know, as someone who never competed against Rick, but just has been able to watch him and who's, you know, half his age, the thing that astounds me for Rick is that he has all the right to be stubborn in his own way and do it how he wants to do it. And he does that sometimes. But his intrigue with the new technology and always learning and growing, that to me is so interesting that at this stage of his career, he still desires to learn things and that he hasn't figured it all out by now, Davey.
Yeah, you certainly not going to have the longevity that he has if you're not willing to change and try to learn new baits, new techniques.
They come in and so much money into spraying that they can talk anybody into do it when they give them kickbacks to spray. And that's really what tears these lakes up. These lakes will get good for a while, and of course the grass has come up, and that's why they've gotten good. And then they'll come in and kill it all, and then everything goes to pot for a while until it recovers again. So it's the good thing about this change, every lake's a little bit different. And some lakes will have more eelgrass, some lakes will have pepper grass, some lakes will have hydrilla, which is by far the best. Of course, that's the one they want to target the most when they spray. So you never know when you come here, you know, what they've done. Because like where I started there this morning and back in there, that was all hydrilla the last time we were here, and gosh, there was probably 1,000 fish in the tournament came out of there. But now there's hardly any grass left in there. There's some pads, but they don't seem to use the pads like they do that grass. So that's always the interesting thing in Florida. It's just these systems are so fragile that it doesn't take anything to change them from one time to the next. Like where I won this 2016, 2019 at Lake George, where we're going in St. John's, there's none of what I caught those fish off from there. And that was mostly hurricanes. It just wiped all the eelgrass out. And then when it does that, there's no clear water. Even behind the eelgrass, it gets muddy and fish don't seem to spawn as well.
Rick Clunn setting up there. There's a place where the big water goes to the small water, like you were talking about, Davey, one of those special spots right there, and talking about the importance of grass for fishing, and it can't be overstated.
Yeah, it's just cover, good water quality, other, you know, fish that are there, the bait fish, the pan fish, all those things that gravitate towards that vegetation. And water quality, a big deal, especially on the Harris Chain of Lakes there.
Hank Cherry just had a pretty big flurry, 10 pounds in the last 10 minutes. He's in 9th place right now, about 11 1/4. Four fish for 10 pounds.
Hard to catch.
Skinny.
from the looks of our private map, there's 6 anglers on Bass Track. There could be guys who don't have their GPS going. 6 guys at least that are in a Apopka, and it looked like another one was at least in the lock waiting based on where they are in the canal to get through. So
I finally said, I won't bite that.
some notable names as well, like the likes of Canterbury, Drew Benton, I think Jonathan Kelly, Will Davis, Ed Lochran, Bernie Schultz, and then Drew Cook was the one waiting in the lake. So both Drews, if you're picking them because they were some of the most picked anglers in fantasy fishing, if they're not showing anything,
like for
it's
real,
probably because they're making
it was a giant.
a long day of it.
Also, I was like, uh-oh. No, you didn't. Working on a bag out here, buddy.
Referring to his 515 there, and of course, a little self-deprecating humor, I guess.
Yeah, Clunn just mentioned it. He was in this area, but fishing the mouths of those canals most of the morning this morning.
That shows you, dude, how pissy of a mood they're in.
How many bass were
You
caught
feel what I'm saying?
in that one area
Like
in
you gotta
2022.
leave it and leave it and leave it.
Wes Logan with a 5-pounders in 4th place.
He got off to a quick start this morning earlier.
Well, he found a big one. He had a 3.9 earlier. 5.0 gives him 13.11 on Bass Track.
We've definitely had some anglers that have capitalized on the shad spawn around the shoreline. When you had vegetation out in these lakes, like where you see Brian Schmidt fishing, those shad will spawn offshore if they got that cover and something to actually spawn around. But if there's no cover for them out there, more of them are going to migrate to the shoreline where we saw Scott Martin, Lee Livesey. We didn't have him on camera this morning, but I know that's what he was doing also, having a good start.
Well, it's a big place, about 75,000 acres, all lakes together. Lake Apopka is about 30,000 of that. And here's our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, showing you how all of our anglers are spread out through these 8 distinct natural lakes of the Harris chain here.
Yeah, you look at Lake Apopka, the biggest lake on the chain here at the Harris chain of lakes, and it's a little surprising to me to only see 3 or 4, 5 people actually out in the lake. Look like Scott Martin's maybe headed that way. And then these other lakes, all similar but a little different, and each and every one of them has a little different variety of grass. You see John Cox back in a canal, probably sight fishing. More eelgrass in some than others. A little hydrilla there on Big Harris. I do know that. I talked to a couple anglers talk about that. Just little patches of it though. But the one thing that is consistent on the Harris chain of lake is the Kissimmee grass, and that's where we saw Scott Martin and, like I just mentioned, a few other anglers fishing this morning in that Kissimmee grass, and even some of them behind that Kissimmee grass. A little surprising looking at all the chain of lakes there. Very few fishermen offshore. We expected the time of year to see more of that, but the reason for that, I think, is the lack of vegetation out in these lakes right now.
Looks like if we had to put a finger on it, Harris has the most boats, Griffin has the second most, and Doro would have absorbed the third most so far, with all those other connecting lakes and canals having some people in there as well. I think I saw my parents' house on that Unlock the Lake. I wasn't going to.
I've seen your dad 3 times this morning.
Yeah, he's been, we saw him come out taking pictures of our classic champ. Wasn't that him? No, that wasn't him? Okay. I got it mixed up.
Not enough salt in that pepper hair there for it to be my dad.
Would your dad come out and take a picture of a reigning Classic champ if he saw him fishing in his yard?
About it, 100%.
No doubt. Would he send it to you and say?
He sends me the opens guys all the time. I've seen Charlie Hartley fishing the same in the canal by my parents' house. He doesn't even know he's nearby, but they're watching.
I thought your dad had named that canal Charlie Hartley Canal now. No?
Not yet. Not yet.
I saw Charlie Hartley at the Santee Cooper Open a few weeks ago. Good to see him. Always a smile and a positive attitude.
Oh, man, yeah. Happy to be fishing, no matter where, no matter what.
We should all be a little more like that, just happy to be fishing.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's still in the top 10 or 15 for most events fished all time with B.A.S.S. or something like that.
I wouldn't doubt
he's
that.
in the top 20, somewhere around there for sure.
Wow.
Brian Schmidt says they're hard to catch. He said that about 2 or 3 times today. A little bit earlier, we got with Brian, put together our Bass Pro Shop's top lures. Let's hear what he had to tell us.
All right, guys, Brian Schmidt here. We're at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Really cool fishery. I'm gonna show you 2 deals that I always have tied on when I'm down here in Florida. I don't know how many fish I've caught on the Spro Ruku Shad. This is just a bad little dude down here, man. Anytime I'm around vegetation, shell beds, this thing catches a lot of fish. The really cool thing about this bait, it's excellent for yo-yoing. It will just kind of shimmy down. It won't foul up. So that's a big deal for me, Spro Ruku Shad. And then guys, how many fish have been caught on a Missile Baits D-bomb in Florida? I got this rigged up on a 3/8 ounce weight, 20-pound fluorocarbon. This is for, you know, flipping, a little bit shallower water, anything that gets in my way. There's still fish spawning you can't see, and this a lot of times will trigger a bigger bite. You know, when I'm offshore, the Spro Ruku Shad. 2 key baits, cover a lot of water, get around the habitat, get around the fish, and then you can slow down.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures. Brian Schmidt, definitely one of the dominant anglers in the Mid-Atlantic region for so many years now. Come out here in the Elite Series and found himself a lot of success.
I'd like to see someone flipping a heavy weight, and we haven't seen any of that. I talked to several of the anglers, obviously, before this event, and I have not talked to anyone that is flipping. It's unusual to come to Florida, no matter what time of the year it is, and no one that I've talked to or that we've seen so far this morning flipping a heavy weight.
Looks like. Let's see if Trey McKinney has finally left the lock situation. Yes, he has. He's out. A little more open setup there.
Did he have any kind of baseline expectation?
Well, as you guys can tell, a little different method right now. I got up to my my goal weight, 13 pounds. Now I'm trying to coal up in a major sense. So, I feel like if I get a bite out here, it's gonna be a 4 to 6 pounder or even bigger maybe. Don't really know what lives out here. It's kind of scary, honestly. I'm just trying to draw them up, see where they are, and then I can go back through and target them. Come on.
Not surprising to see him doing this, but it's a little surprising to see him with a glide bait in his hand instead of a jerk bait. Maybe he got some big bites in practice doing this. Hopefully he's going to get some today.
Trey McKinney certainly counts as one of our super rookies for sure, in a place that's just populated with them each and every year, but what a season he's had. Our Northland Daily Trivia here for you is this question: how many rookies are in the top 15 of the current AOY standings? In the current AOY standings, how many rookies are found in that list. Is it 3 of them? Is it 5? Is it 7? Is it 9? Man, we are blessed with so many outstanding rookies, more and more sophisticated every year. But think about that one, and we'll have the answer for you when we come back. 3.5 hours into our fishing. Oh, look out! What is that? What is that? That's a shortcut to
that's not an El Camino.
Don't believe every shortcut. Northland Daily Trivia. How many rookies are in the top 15 of the current AOY standings? We always have so many good rookies, and they do well against the full field, not just against other rookies. So, is it 3, 5, 7, or 9, Davey Hyde?
Pretty incredible group of rookies every year for the last number of years, but we're only 2 tournaments in, with this trivia, but still absolutely amazing. I'm going D9.
9, Ronnie?
I think it's C7. I think 50% of the top 15, roughly.
I'm tending to agree with 7 myself. I think that C is going to be the answer there, and it is C. It is 7, but those cars there, I mean, yeah, that's the shortest way to the weigh-in, but it seems dangerous.
That is the shortest way to the weigh-in.
A weird choice.
I thought it was when you see water, turn around, don't drown.
In a car.
Is that not what the saying is?
I think there's something special about those cars. The more I think about it.
I think they're using Michael Scott's GPS when he told him to take a right into the lake, and he didn't stop. He just kept on going.
Oh, don't believe every set of directions you get. Back down to Rick Clunn. We're on him today. It's a big, big year for him. 50th year with the Bassmasters. Approaching his 500th tournament. That's next week.
What?
Tried and true. Pattern, vegetation, a windy bank, on a spinnerbait. Spanish Small says, not your friend.
No, not the caster's friend, is it?
It is a welcome sight, because when you see it, though, you know you're in South Georgia or you're in Florida. Maybe Louisiana, but other than that.
Maybe South Carolina?
Oh, yeah, I guess there's some. Right. Yeah.
Santee Cooper loaded with it. That's why I know it's not your friend trying to cast on it on windy days.
Yeah. We've been talking about it, and we've seen, obviously, guys like Trey McKinney be near the lock for the Eustis to Griffin exchange, and I've got a little bit of a map to show you guys at home who've never been to the Harris Chain, that when we do the Unlock the Lake, we're not breaking down a lake. We're breaking down 8 different lakes. So as I bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, here are the 8 lakes. We've got Lake Harris, you've got Lake Griffin, you've got Little Lake Harris, Eustis, Dora, Beauclair, Carlton, and Apopka. I've had to cut Apopka off, even though it's the 4th biggest lake in the state of Florida, because it would have taken up too much of the screen. But the navigation routes is what we're talking about. If you're in one of the top 10, 15 boats, and you're deciding to lock through, let's just say to Apopka, your best bet is to go right then. You'll be one of the first 3 or 4 boats maybe to the lock, and that lock cycle in Apopka only takes 3 boats at a time, so you'll want to get there. But for guys who are maybe boat 70, 80, 90, you're in the last flight and you have a longer day, an extra hour and a half of fishing time, you may decide to fish and then make it there. So here's to kind of break down the different challenges they have. Our takeoff is right here, Venetian Gardens, the west side of Lake Harris. They have to go through the Dead River Idle Canal there, about 2 miles long. Then they go through the Dora Canal, another about 2 miles long idle zone, to get through Lake Dora. Then you go through some idle zones in these connecting lakes between Dora to Beauclair, and then once you get into the canal there down to Apopka, there are going to be 1 or 2 different idle zones, maybe 3 idle zones, to get from Beauclair through the canal to get to Apopka. Then you have to wait 30 minutes per lock cycle at least to get through to Apopka. And when we say Apopka is one of the 4th biggest lake, you then have to get all the way to your fishing spot in Apopka. We saw 2 or 3 anglers all the way way at the south end of it. So when you get all the way to the south end of Apopka, you are a solid at least hour and a half away at minimum from the takeoff at Lake Harris. And on the flip side, when you go to Griffin, the lock's a little bigger, 10 to 12 boats, takes about 15, 20 minutes tops. And those lock cycles happen much quicker, but you still got to go through the Dead River idle zone there, 2 miles. Then you make it up here to the Haynes Creek region where it becomes an idle zone from Eustis to Griffin. Then you go through the lock cycle there. And when you see anglers like we did the Unlock the Lake, and Bill Lowen is all the way down here at Lake Griffin in that region, you are only about 500 yards from Venetian Gardens at the takeoff, but you are still about 35 minutes by water to get back. So some different obstacles these anglers are going to have to deal with, and you're going to lose a lot of your time. Meanwhile, we'll see guys, Brian Schmidt, other anglers like that have all 8 hours of their fishing day because they've stayed in Lake Harris. We've seen Buddy Gross be a guy who stayed at Harris. He's fished the bottom part of Eustis. Now we've seen him down in Beauclair. Oftentimes running and gunning is not your friend in Florida. So we will see if 3 hours of fishing somewhere, nets a better return than 8 hours of fishing somewhere close.
We got a new leader. 6-pounder from Brandon Lester gives him 18-12 on the day. He's got those couple 3.5 hours.
Should not be a surprise at all. I like the pick, Tommy. I saw the fist pump over there for fantasy for you.
Yes.
We mentioned it. I think, we've only fished the St. John's. We've only fished the St. John's, Okeechobee, and Harris chain for the elites.
Giant.
In Lester's time. A lot of his Florida damage has been done in the opens with 200-plus boats. So to think that 80% of the time he comes to Florida, he's going to get a top 40.
That's incredible.
In 100 and 225 boat tournaments is massive.
Yeah, a guy from Tennessee.
Especially, Florida's the least consistent state for fishing. The best in the world will finish 110th more times than not.
Looking at the map with you there, Ronnie, I've got a question for you. The Dead River, another creek that you mentioned, there's not one contiguous river flowing through all of them. They're built. They're natural lakes, and I assume springs feed them and other water. It's not like the Kissimmee River comes down through all of this and makes Okeechobee. This is different sources for this. It's not one contiguous waterway that's broken up into 8 segments.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay.
And you actually I don't know what kind of boat you'd have to get, Tommy, but you could actually get to Rodman, I'm pretty sure.
I've seen him a lot.
Rodman Reservoir on the St. Johns River through Griffin, because the Ocklawaha River runs from out of the St. John's, flows into and Rodman's there. That's the Ocklawaha, and it goes to the west.
Griffin is made by the Ocklawaha,
and it ends up getting to Griffin somehow.
That's interesting.
And they've got all Crystal Springs is north of here. There's so many different little places, but yeah, it's not like one contiguous river. Yes.
Yeah. I think that's what gives all of these lakes their own personalities, because there's not a one common feeder to them. They're all.
I was going to ask you guys if one lake is generally cooler than the others, or warmer, or anything like that. I imagine.
There's some bigs, dude.
I do know you have, depth-wise, Harris is going to have your deepest water, and then Griffin will have your deepest water. Because I dropped my phone in probably one of the deepest places you can get on the Harris chain, and that was
in a pop can be very shallow and silted.
Is it still there if anyone's interested?
Yeah.
I mean, he smoked it. I was pulled up, and it was just heavy. If he'd have held on to it for a second more, he'd have been mine.
This ain't what I want to do, I can tell you that.
Funny all these years that there's still some places. Every single one of these lakes has canals off of them, but we've seen Elite Series events get won in the canals off of Harris with Shaw Grigsby back in the day.
Sure.
The Griffin canals have factored for sight fish, and for I think Drew Benton and did very well there. And last time we were here, you've got the Beauclair, those canals down there that sight fish often come from, and so not every lake has the same traits like you said. Griffin always seems to have offshore grass more plentiful, even though it does get pummeled with various reasons. A lot of the hard spot shells is the Doras, the Beauclairs, the Carltons. They're always like hard spot type places. And then Apopka, like you said, Davey, it used to be the most polluted lake in the state. They finally cleaned it up. They let the grass grow. It cleared it up. At one point, Eric Panzeroni, he lives right there at the Harris Chain. He said it used to be topped out with grass, and then they started managing it. And it's had helicopters crashed in Apopka that they've had to retrieve out of there. There's all kinds of stuff that's happened the last decade at Apopka.
If you're fishing in Apopka today,
What time's the tide change?
and you don't know how many other anglers are fishing in Apopka, how many are going to have to get out at the end of the day? How do you calculate when you go try to lock out of there?
Yeah, that's the big risk because it's unknown.
Yeah.
You just
You
don't
can't
know.
know.
You don't know how many other anglers came. Unfortunately, I would allow, whatever you think the time it would take, allow yourself at least an extra hour. And that, you
May or
hate
may
to
not
burn
be.
that hour, but
They're like
it'd be
here,
worse
here.
to be late.
Yeah.
They're all on this side.
It's one of those things where people like to push it, where they don't have too much time before weigh-in, to just fish random stuff. But I wouldn't mind fishing Harris for an hour knowing I'm inside of the takeoff compared to driving
Sure.
back in idle zones. There was a big accident, a few weeks ago in a semi-pro, a national type tournament here because people were pushing it and running through no wake zones that they shouldn't be doing. And so that's the risk you take. And also, Davey, if you are boat 95 today and you have a long day and you opt to go to Apopka, tomorrow you're boat 5, 6, 7, whatever, and you have a shorter day, but you get first dibs at the lock. It's one of those, I got to be ready to leave by noon, whereas some guys are just getting to Apopka at noon knowing they fish till 4:30.
Yeah, most of the, if you're an early or a late boat, you're going to be one or the other on day 1 or 2. Those second and third flight guys, it's really tough to go over there, in my opinion, because you don't really get a jump at it either day. And then you don't have a real long day, exceptionally long day.
Slapped at it.
So today, if you were first flight or last flight, you could certainly make that run today or tomorrow. But a second or third flight guy, it's just, there's really no good window.
Yeah, that's a good point. As we asked one of the anglers we have on camera, which is of course Scott Martin, who claimed that he got his limit. He would head to Apopka. We haven't picked up on him yet, but he did get his limit early, so we
live.
May or may not be able to see him in there.
Ooh,
Justin
look at
Hamner.
that pretty thing. It looks too good not to get bit. It's rocking out there. Just made a run across the lake. Try to get some canals that ain't been hit 1,000 times already. It's like every canal we try to pull into, all of my good ones at least, somebody was already in. But about through Brandon here, he was about in my lap trying to go across that lake. It is rowdy. And today it was supposed to be like 10 to 15 or something. Yesterday was like 25 to 40. So I think that was a good call.
That was a good call. Certainly. Not an easy call for Elisa. Having to get up real early in the morning to talk to the weather folks. But
That looks good though. I ain't been in here. Found it on Google Maps last night.
Jason Christie and Luke Palmer just filled their limit, fifth fish. Christie's got 5
Still
for
ain't got
4
this
and a
throttle
half.
fight going yet.
Palmer has 5 for 4 1/4.
So you're saying they're building up their way to a big bag. That's
right.
Not bag builders necessarily.
Arrow's moving in the right direction. Just
They
not
had
fast
more
enough.
than they had, yeah.
That's right. There's Scott Martin on the move right now, as we just mentioned. Likely headed to Lake Apopka. We shall find out before too long here. We'll have to lock through. A lot of other things to find out as we work our way through day number 1 here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida.
The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes, brought to you by Minn Kota, Bass Pro Shops, Skeeter Boats. Excited to have you guys here for the 3rd stop. It feels like we had a restart to our season. We had to reacclimate ourselves after the Classic, Tommy.
Well, the Classic's always sort of a big-time detour and a worthwhile one because we crown our world champion there.
Dave Mercer mentioned it. It's only the 3rd elite event of the year, but it seems like we've been doing this for about 18 months so far this year. There's not such a thing.
3 opens in there, and we've had 15 bass events, it seems, this season already.
It's this fascinating maze of man-made canals, natural lakes. Everything with the look of Florida, the feel of Florida about it, and first time we've really been here with the Elite Series this time of year, so it's a learning experience for everyone. Speaking of the Classic, here's your reigning Classic champion, the man on top of the mountain in the world of bass fishing, Justin Hamner.
He's had a big couple weeks. You know, he's a big tea drinker, and Davey, did you know? We were talking to him on a podcast, and he told Kyle and I got some news. Some big things have happened. Milo's reached out.
That's awesome.
At minimum, he's going to get paid for drinking sweet tea, or he's going to save some money on drinking sweet tea. Either one, it's a plus. So good for Justin, and it is cool to see the impact of Bass Live and like that energy make it to a company that's non-endemic, and they notice somehow.
That's cool.
Well, he is moving. He got his wife to quit her haircutting job and kind of focus on being his business manager, and they're looking to get a new house.
With hot and cold running sweet tea.
Maybe. Bathe in it.
Yeah.
Who was that? I heard someone talking a story about someone that won $100,000 many years ago when those checks were few and far between that size, and said they were going to go build a new house with $100,000. I don't think you can do that now, but with $300,000 you can.
You can. And you get your house on wheels for $100,000.
Yeah,
but he already had that, Tommy. He already had that.
Okay.
He wants to remove the wheels. No, he
sure,
has been on such a deal. Like, I think he's had 8 top 25s in a row, with the Classic win being one of those. Like, that's so he has been, since he put down the lawnmower for his occupation, he has and his fishing has had an uptick for sure.
Not surprising to see him doing so well. It was more surprising to me, learning his background, that he hadn't done well before this last surge of the last 12 months, 18 months, whatever. 12 months, I guess, for sure. He's been on a tear. He and Patrick Walters, obviously very good friends, and hang out a lot, room together some.
Speaking of Patrick Walters, he just caught his second 1-pounder. He's got 2 for 2 pounds.
So he's on his way to.
He may have a big comeback afternoon, though.
He's getting closer to the Palmer and Christie weight you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
Staying in contention.
Got to get a couple 8-ouncers, though. Get up there. I think Palmer did enter one of his as 6 ounces.
And it is different. Normally when we have a tournament, the Harris Chain of the St. John's, David, we see some of the big fish of the whole tournament in the first hour or 2 of the day, because they run straight to a bedfish. But with this being more of a fishing tournament, you know, we're not exclusively dialed in on anything. The shad spawn's somewhat going on, the spawn is somewhat going on. You've got offshore fish kind of going, you know, timing and situating, and I don't think Buddy Gross has gotten comfortable. We've seen him hit 3 different lakes already today, and And you can sometimes get away with it at the Harris chain, but like Brandon Cobb said at Okeechobee last year, every time you pick your trolling motor up in Florida, you probably drop 10 spots because you're running and not fishing, and you need to keep your bait wet in this state because it could be the next cast that makes a difference.
Looking at weights, Brandon Lester needs like a 3 3/4 pounder to get over 20 pounds. You think we're going to have many more guys eclipse 20 today?
Too early to call.
Yeah, too early to call. I think we'll have a couple. I just don't know enough about what the wind did to Lake Apopka. I'm sure it made part of it probably unfishable today. How long it'll take for it to clear up, and how much of it was messed up from the winds yesterday.
I guess technically we're in post-frontal conditions here today, which they didn't practice in, and it takes a lot to get that sorted out, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was generally cooler. I wouldn't say it was a cold front, but it was a cool trend. And it was warming as we get to the, and I don't know, I've learned a lot about weather since I started fishing, but cool and growing warmer, and then boom, all the wind hits and big thunderstorms and stuff, and I don't know if...
So the eclipse in there was a lot going on during their practice days.
Come on.
Did you see Tyler Williams' eclipse video?
I did not.
Because they didn't get totality at the Harris chain, but he did catch one around the time of the eclipse, and you couldn't see, he held it up in front of the sun. You couldn't see the sun for a moment.
It just wasn't big enough to be a total eclipse fish. You mentioned about Buddy Gross not settling in, it seems. Buddy's a great fisherman. He's certainly proven that. I've been there, kind of like I've sensed Buddy now. He's trying. You can try too hard, and you can, I'm certainly a believer in hard work. The harder you work, the luckier you get. I believe all that, and Buddy is a hard worker, but it's almost like he's, if there is such a thing, trying to push a little too hard instead of settling in. And of all places, Florida is a place where you don't need to do that. Believe you me, I learned from experience. When you just try to run and push and make, and it's just a bad situation to be in, because I've been in that situation, and you just try to, if I push harder, I'm going to make it happen. And in Florida, it's like when it's not happening, you need to slow down and settle in on something. It's very hard to do.
Yeah.
It's the guy who's in a free throw slump and he's making the second quarter free throw seem like it's the game-winning one, and you're just
right. Trying too hard. Like I said, if there is such a thing, it's certainly in fishing.
I heard a quote the other day. It was one of the biggest enemy of flow is thinking.
Great. That's a great saying.
Yeah. I think we all can relate to that.
But there's so much on the line, for Buddy Gross. He's got a family that is relying on him catching fish at this point in his life. And it's a great dream, and like we said, you should all just be happy because you're out there fishing, but there's a lot more to it for these guys.
Well, and you think his style of fishing, Tennessee River, run and gun, rotate offshore spot, he will find a spot that he'll feel comfortable on, or maybe he'll get a big bite finally after rotating them. And on day two, he maybe won't hit 3 or 4 lakes. He'll hit 1 or 2 lakes. He'll slowly, hopefully, dial himself in to where it's less running lake to lake and it's more rotating within the lake.
Boy, there's a lot of current right there where he's at.
Lake's too little.
You see that canal right in front of him? Mm-hmm. That's the mouth of Harris, isn't it? I think it is.
I think he's still down in Beauclair.
Is he?
Or Carlton.
You can tell with the wind and what's going on the water there. There's quite a bit of current right there. There we go.
This is number 3, possibly. Look at his 360 there at the back.
I'm pretty sure it's 12. I need to look at that piece of paper. I think it's probably that piece of paper. That's pitiful. I know which one's the smallest anyway. I'm 90% sure that's what that is. Well, I think that's what we had to sign that paper for. I should know this instead of having to spend time right now.
$12 inches. Good. In this event, they're legal to possess in this event.
Keep your number 4. Keep your number 4.
Are you asking? Oh. Asking if it's 12 inches.
Hank Cherry moving on up to 5th place with 13 pounds even, just landed a 3-pounder.
I guess I need to call Lisa to make sure, but I know I'm right, but I hate to not know for sure. Don't video this.
We won't, buddy. You're good though, buddy. I know you can't hear us, but you're fine. 12 inches are legal in this event. It's unusual that we have a 12-inch minimum. Usually it's 14,
That's right, yeah, it's
15,
15, 14, 15.
We're all good.
Sometimes different species at different length. Subspecies, I should say. But it doesn't cost any extra to check, so it's a good idea for
Better
everybody.
be safe than sorry.
Yeah, no doubt. It costs something to lose if you got it wrong.
Oh, Trey McKinney throwing a big glide bait. Got him a good solid limit at locks and out looking for big ones. I thought we would see a little more of this than we've seen so far this morning.
Did a story with Buddy Gross, talked about his daughter Bella doing barrel racing, and he said she's the Trey McKinney of barrel racing because she's pretty good. She picked up right away and is winning money and he's buying horses.
That hurts.
Kenny's family is involved in barrel racing as well.
Right.
Yeah, 3 generations of it, I think I read. Really, really surprising to see. You get a big old picture of Lake Harris right there and not another boat offshore that we can see.
That is a little bit shocking, isn't it?
It is.
About to wrap up our 4th hour. We're hitting the halfway point in our 8-hour fishing day. Right about now, and the Harris chain has gone by very, very quickly. We've not been short on fish catches. A lot of our anglers feel like they're a little short on weight, which is probably normal.
But they do that on purpose. They weigh a 3-pounder and say put it in as a 2. So how can you feel bad about them feeling short on weight when they
they're gluttons for punishment.
God, who keeps stomping on my foot? Oh, that's me, my other foot.
Trey McKinney continues his reign on top of the AOY and ROY. Progressive Angler of the Year and Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year points race in real time right now. He's still first place in both of those. And there's the first place man in the sport of bass fishing, our world champion, Justin Hamner. We got some live mix coming up for you here just around the corner, a little bit later. Dave Mercer on location coverage for an hour here on Bassmaster.com, and we'll be back here in the studio after that for the final 2 hours of fishing. So great to have you this morning, and plenty more to come from the Harris chain.
Yes! Oh! Yes. Like literally, I guarantee there's like 4 or 5 fish. I've almost cast every one, and I guarantee I haven't come across them all. What the? Had a gar hit it. I was about to say, I was like, dude, if that's a fish, we're going to weigh in right now. We're gonna move here in a second. Come on. One bite. That's it. Had one peck at it.
Since the early 1970s, the B.A.S.S. conservation agenda has remained focused on issues related to fisheries and aquatic research conservation. In the early years, it meant taking legal action against industries polluting our nation's waterways. Today, the agenda has grown more complex. The backbone of our effort is founded on a grassroots core of B.A.S.S. members and those belonging to B.A.S.S. nation clubs across the country, always on the lookout for issues that have local, regional, or even a national significance. Early on, B.A.S.S. recognized that bass are a renewable resource and pioneered the catch and release ethic.
We recycle the bass we catch in these tournaments. We have our sport, but we don't hurt the fishing of the future.
In the late 1960s, Ray Scott revolutionized bass fishing. He founded the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, now the world's largest fishing organization. Before his efforts, Bass fishing was a niche southern pastime, often overshadowed by trout. Scott elevated its popularity and preservation. Today, his legacy lives on, a testament to his conservation efforts.
The story of catch and release actually was a trout fisherman's. Ray was just watching. He was kind of sitting up on the bank watching there, and these flagger boys, as he called them, were spread out down through there and working their line, and all of a sudden the guy set the hook and they hollered, "Fish on!" Easily led the fish in and pulled it up, and he said it wasn't more than a foot long, and everybody went crazy when he released that fish. They were high-fiving and clapping and screaming and everything, and he thought, well, what would the old bass boys do if they were releasing 5-pound bass? After I saw those people with a peddling foot-long trout get that excited. Ray Scott, like that, had his vision and a dream, and this was what became known as Don't Kill Your Catch.
Folks, I'm Ray Scott. The pages of every issue of Bassmaster magazine is fostering and encouraging our members to become more and more aware in the conservation effort. Our tournament and our society has sponsored the Don't Kill Your Catch program, and these fish that you see in the large tank here are bass that were caught during the tournament, are released alive and safe back into the waters that they swam in. Bass has come a long way in 5 years. I guess we've got a long way to go, but we'll get there because we're committed.
We were going to do catch and release. He said it's going to be a challenge. Most boats then did not have aerated live wells.
To everyone at the time, I would think that's the impossible dream right there, because all these guys who are fishing now grew up in an atmosphere where that was what it was all about. You justified your passion for fishing by being able to bring some food home.
At the start of the 1972 Bassmaster Tournament Series, rules were added to anglers to practice something called Don't Kill Your Catch.
That was a hallmark right there. But what happened, it rippled out to the average bass fisherman, the bass clubs, and the other tournaments. And bass are recycled now.
A man, if he's a good angler, can catch a great many bass. But if he's really civilized, he's going to be that rare thing, an unpreying predator. He's going to release the bulk of his catch, which makes his angling a game of skill that preserves rather than destroys or diminishes the source of his pleasure.
Tournament anglers would receive bonus ounces for weighing in live fish. It didn't take long for Don't Kill Your Catch to expand even further.
The standard soon became you released the fish, and then Dewey went to a 5 bass limit, and that's still the standard today.
Because sometimes those live wells, they were pretty good size, but 5 fish fit better in those live wells than 7 did.
Because our number one goal at Bass is to always put the fish back in the water, make them survive. You've got a green zone, and in that green zone is the area the fish can survive in. You've got a red zone over on the left on the meter, and once it gets to that red zone, really anything below about 4.5 parts per million to 5 parts per million oxygen content the fish will not survive in. So as soon as I saw it light up in the red zone, I knew we had to do something. So called Tallahassee, Florida, talked to the Game and Fish, got a permit to haul the fish from the weigh-in site over to the main body of the lake and release them every day in the rim canal where the oxygen content is excellent. And that's one thing that I hope that most of the tournament organizations throughout the country will do, is check the oxygen content in the water where they're releasing their fish, because if there's no oxygen, those fish are not going to survive.
Today, anglers measure and check fish at the bump tank for keeper status. B.A.S.S. officials inspect the catch. Then the fish are placed in ventilated bags and aerated tanks until taking the stage. At the stage, the weighmaster weighs the fish and the MC interviews the angler. Immediately after weighing, fish go to large aerated tanks on a release boat nearby. The release boat team returns them to the lake later.
When I meet someone that isn't familiar with tournament fishing, and they think,
do you guys, what happens to those fish? What do you do with them? If I get a chance to talk to them, it changes their perspective about tournament fishing. You know, tournament fishing is actually the reason we have a lot of the good conservation habits that we have.
These anglers take incredible care of them. Some live wells have cooling devices, so the fish in a lot of situations actually goes back in the water in better health than it left the water. From the angler's boat, they go into mesh bags. Those mesh bags are then carried up to our tournament troughs that are fully oxygenated, and not just oxygenated, but patrolled by biologists.
The oxygen comes to the surface, but most of that oxygen is actually dissolving into the water. And we kind of let them recuperate a little bit before this boat goes out then and releases these fish. Now the other thing that's real critical in our system is that boat is almost full. We have the computers on stage are linked to the scales, so we know how many pounds of fish have come off the scales and into that boat.
It is imperative if you're a tournament angler, no matter what division you're in, no matter what side of the bridge you're fishing off of, to try to keep them alive. I think what B.A.S.S does is a testament to that.
It is a philosophy that is still going strong today. It takes temperature into effect. It takes oxygen into effect. And then we move them through the stages where they're getting fresh oxygen and good cool water all the time.
We keep our live release boats right at the same temperature that we keep these tanks, so that when the fish go from the tanks to the release boat, there's not a big temperature shock. When those fish are in the bags, they're using oxygen all the time. And that's real evident on our boat, on the release boat. Of course, we're using bottled oxygen on the release boats. So we don't have a problem with sufficient oxygen there. This water warms up pretty quickly, so we constantly have to monitor that temperature, maintain that temperature with ice, and keep the air going continuously. It's really very effective in terms of keeping those fish healthy. As a rule of thumb, we try to maintain no more than 1 pound of fish per gallon of water. So our boats typically hold about 600 pounds of fish. And when that boat gets full, we're ready to start loading this one. That boat will go out, release those fish, refill the tanks. While this one's being loaded with fish, that one's being refilled with water. As soon as it comes back in, we'll add more ice, turn the oxygen back on, and we may do that 8 times. We always take at least 2 boats to every tournament. As soon as that one's done, we're ready to go. Brian, we're ready over here, so we need to make the switch.
When you join B.A.S.S, you get more than just a magazine and a membership card. You become part of a society and are supporting more than 50 years of natural resource conservation. We encourage you to get involved. To learn how, scan this QR code to find and contact your state's B.A.S.S Conservation Director today.
There you go, buddy.
Take those all day long, guys. Whew. Okay. Thought it was gonna be like a 5 or 6 pounder, but we'll take it. Green. That's a coal right there, guys. All right. Dude, I told you it was either they don't bite or that one like crucified my striking baby structure jig. That's a coal, guys. He's going back. Let's get it right here, son.
Nice one, man. Coming.
talking about. Now we got 14 something. Now that's what we're talking about, boys. We just need a kicker. Not saying I'm not happy with that one. Not at all. That would like never cross my mind. But, you know, we're gonna give a little teasing. It's called a little orange. You never know what might happen. We'll put a little bit of orange on there. A little bit of orange on there. If anybody says scent can hurt, you are crazy. Ah. Just put 3 1/4. Come on, dude. That's what we need. That's what we need. Where's my garlic? Where's my garlic? Actually, we're gonna go to like a step up garlic, all right? We're gonna go to the baddest of the baddest, JJ's garlic. It says caution on the lid, guys. Caution. Like, I'm gonna make them like choke. Yeah, some of that stuff will make your nose curl. JJ's garlic. Let's continue. Woo, they gonna smell that joker. Well, as you guys can see, we got some beautiful, nice locals here. Hey guys, you know, maybe the fish will just, I'll catch them off guard. They're gonna be like, he's crappie fishing. Oh, guy in the back's bass fishing. The guy in the front is doing something. Ooh, we needed that one bad, son.
3 1/4.
Yep. Not lying. I mean, I'm not judging, but I really thought that was going to be a 5-pounder.
Next one.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. See the next one.
How y'all doing? Good. How are you? Can't complain. I'm trying. Everyone that bites my cricket gonna get swung. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. JJ's garlic has affected them. It has warped their brain. Well, every little bit of room I can have is great. Oh, a 6-pounder. I'm just joking. No help.
How big was that? I just going to put it in here and serve it at least.
Yeah, that one was like 1 3/4 pounds.
Right.
We're gonna twirl, hop, cast. I hopped over and it went.
Yeah, that was good. I was filming the drone at the time. And then I realized you were.
If not, the drone got it.
Bite. Oh, golly, knocked a mess out of it. Why didn't he get it? Must have been like a tilapia, or I don't know what it was. Something just went thump. That was a good one. Oh, never mind. Yeah. That. No, he's not gonna make the team. He's. God. When I hit him, dude, it was like, you know, he did what he was supposed to do. I was like, I saw him roll. It looked like, you know, right there, guys. It's been good to me. This bait's magic. Moves a lot of water, but not too much. It's the perfect, like, frequency of action. You know, every bait out there has what I call a frequency of action. Like, some legs have big flips, some have real tight ones, some have a medium. So this is, whatever little combination this is, whatever frequency rate this is a year-round type deal. It works good. And it works real good on soft bottom like this, on these Florida lakes. It's a real wide bait, but thin, so it lays on top of the mud a lot better. I've got it rigged up on a 1/2 ounce just because of the wind. If it was dead slick calm, I'd be flipping like probably a 1/4 ounce, to be honest with you, but you need a little extra weight. I thought that was a good one. All right. You done any today? Huh? Yeah, you should do another 50 in the boat.
Can't believe I ain't getting bit. Boring you, Jake?
TV live is on break.
Oh. This is bad. This is like really bad. Still struggling, guys. We are digging hard, but we just ain't. I just hadn't run into anything. It ain't because we ain't trying. We just. I'm doing something now, just trying to catch a few keepers so I can go back and fish like I want to, but it's not panning out yet either.
You son of a gun. I don't know why this thing was throw the left. Number 5 right there. That was sweet, buddy. Take all that time to get a bite and you do it that way. That's nice. You on your game, son. That was stupid. Why'd I do that? I didn't even have to do it that way. I just horsed him in like a dummy. No need in it, just beat it. Huh? Yeah. You son of a gun. Heck far. I keep hitting every pole in there. Boy, if there's ever been about time I won't say a bad word, it's about right now. You come on now, buddy. Woo-saw, buddy, woo-saw. That's what I'm talking about right there. Come on, fish. I know you live under there. I got to change weights. I put the wrong weight in there. Heavy.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
The Sunshine State, indeed, a marvelous, very rare day number one on a Friday. Had to postpone takeoff of this event yesterday, kicked it back 24 hours because of massive storms in the area, but the sun is shining and it is a perfect day here in Leesburg, Florida for day number one of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes. An incredible body of water. We've had 3 previous Elite Series events here. A lot of history, and that guy we're looking at right there, Rick Clunn, has the most history out of anybody in this field on this particular body of water. But atop the leaderboard, a guy who seems to always catch him in Florida. I mean, he lives in Tennessee, but may want to relocate to Florida. Tournament leader Brandon Lester, already a win in the state of Florida. Jordan Lee back on the Bassmaster Elite Series and doing exactly what you would expect Jordan Lee to do. That's our top 10, and look at so many anglers there that were a big part of our Bassmaster Classic just a few weeks ago. But this Florida swing just kicking off this week with this tournament in beautiful Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida. And next week we're going to be going up the highway just a little bit to the St. Johns River for Palatka, Florida. But where is it all going down? Well, right here at Takeoff, Venetian Gardens in beautiful Leesburg, Florida. And this plane filled 8 different bodies of water in the Harris Chain of Lakes. And if you're going to come to the Harris Chain of Lakes, you better get yourself a great co-host. And he is a former Classic qualifier and a guy who could have lived anywhere in the country. But you said through tournament fishing, you fell in love with this area. And Teb Jones, you're now a local expert. You told me to be careful with that, but I'm throwing it out. I believe you are an expert.
Well, sometimes it doesn't seem like it, but yeah, we really love living here. I fished an elite wildcard qualifier here many years ago and just fell in love with the place. Came back for a Bass Nation event and just that made my mind up, and it's something that I really wanted to do. And the wife and I bought a place here, and we've retired now and settled here a couple of years ago and just absolutely love the place.
Well, we love having you here on Bass Live. You've watched some of the action. Let's get caught up on the action, and we'll talk about what you're thinking and what you're seeing, what you expected or what maybe you didn't expect. But our Toyota midday report
And no better angler to start with than a man fishing his 499th Bassmaster event, Ava, Missouri's Rick Clunn. Tab, how incredible is this guy?
He is a machine. I just do not know how to describe it other than that. He is a phenomenal angler, and just what a legacy he is leaving for everybody following behind him.
Incredible. A 32-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, 5 decades of competition, and next week he'll fish his 500th Bassmaster event. And we are close to Disney, so it might as well have a Disney story connected to it. On the very body of water, he won his last 2 Elite Series titles. Rick Clunn right now with 3 pounds 8 ounces. Those weights unofficial until the fish hit the scales. But the guy who walked away with the trophy last time we were here, Buddy Gross. Ted, can he repeat?
He can. The thing that I was so impressed with was how well he did with the shell beds that he fished before. Shell beds are still going to play here, and if he finds the right combination of them, he can get healthy in a hurry.
Buddy Gross, a 2-time Bassmaster Elite Series champion. And to his standards, he has, the last couple of years have not been Buddy Gross years. I mean, he just really, he's a guy who has won everywhere he goes, but he has kind of struggled. A guy who has not struggled as of late is your Bassmaster Classic champion, Justin Hamner.
He's exciting to watch. Nice young angler, has done very, very well. I mean, he's obviously proven himself in a really quality field, and I would expect him to do significantly better later in the day.
Justin Hamner just weeks after winning the Super Bowl of bass fishing, but if you look at his record, it's incredible. His last 8 to 10 events, he has really been knocking on that door, so you should not be shocked. But a guy that you're not shocked, if there is grass in that body of water, he's going to catch him. And Brian Schmidt now has 7 pounds 4 ounces. He's a grass monster.
He is. I watched him throwing a chatterbait for a few minutes this morning, and he was on that specific spot, and I saw him actually bow up on one, and he said, oh, that was a big one. So I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see him stumble on a couple of really quality upgrades. That chatterbait's going to be a great way to get bit here, and it is in any Florida lake that's got grass.
Brian Schmidt, a 3-time Bassmaster winner, holds the all-time record for the most Toyota Series wins. And when I talked to him on the dock this morning, I mean, everybody was a little apprehensive because it is fishing tough right now. Why do you think that is, Ted?
It's just typical post-spawn in Florida. They're just not as active and aggressive as they are during the spawn. The weights are going to be off a little bit. We know that. And it's just typical post-spawn funk. I'm not really surprised at the way that the lake has been fishing. There's still going to be some quality bags caught. You're going to see some over 20. There just won't be the volume of them like there is in a spring event.
There's a multi-generational angling icon. Scott Martin sitting in 23rd place. Took a win earlier this year on Okeechobee. Florida's been good to him.
Yeah, don't bet against him in Florida. There's no question. Anytime there's grass, Kissimmee grass and hydrilla, you can, as you can see from his boat, he's going to be in the middle of it.
Scott Martin currently in 23rd place, 9 pounds 8 ounces. And if you look what he's done in the Opens this year, I think he's fishing one division, and he has been a monster at both, and the Elites have been going okay, but not quite as good as this next guy. 19 years old, and he won his, Scott Martin is a lot, generational angling icon, but I think Trey McKinney's trying to become that, and obviously the youngest Elite Series champion ever.
How much poise has he shown at his age? He really has done a great job. And Trey's such a nice young man, and I can't imagine anybody being any more proficient with their electronics than he is.
Talking to him makes me want to yell at my children.
I can understand that.
So poised and so ready for this moment. We've been hearing about him for years. Well, he weighed in 130 pounds on Lake Fork and came very close to the all-time record, but set a record being the youngest Elite Series champion ever, just, I think, 7 days into his 19th year. And the only thing that rattles him, as far as I'm concerned, is mornings. He is a total mess. If you see him before the sun comes up, he said, I love sunsets. I just have a hard time getting there.
He is such a good angler, and I'm really going to be interested to watch how he develops and how the rest of the season goes. With the electronics up north with the smallmouth, it's going to be fun to watch.
he will quickly tell you that he's more than an electronics guy. I mean, this is you look where he's from, Illinois. I mean, you don't get out of the state of Illinois riding just electronics.
No question about it. He is well-rounded, and I have seen him in several places. Uh-oh, we got one.
Yeah.
Hooked up.
I'm on boat flipping. Woo, son! That's another one on a big glide. That's called addictive. We're throwing it the rest of the day, baby. All day, every day. Yellow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Woo! Son.
Boy, if he wins this one, it might literally put Chad Fords back in business.
Getting everybody fired up, dude.
It's interesting to see him catch fish like that this time of year on a glide bait, but they obviously are biting it.
That's a coal.
Nice upgrade.
What happened to the big glide? It got jumped.
There you go, buddy.
Woo, yeah. Bang. It was like, jump.
We've never seen a glide win a national event. I mean, it plays.
There's always some random really large fish caught on it, but you know, Zaldane's about the only one I know that will consistently throw it all day, every day. But obviously, Trey's very proficient with it as well. You come across the right grass patches and the right shell beds in this place, and I can see those big ones jumping on it.
He has no business throwing that bait. He weighs 121 pounds. 121 pounds.
He's not excited at all, is he?
About to explode. Oh my gosh, that's a giant.
Is it a bait that gets? Oh boy, oh boy.
I gotta get to him, boys.
See all that talk I did about him being more than an electronics guy. I lied. It turns out.
Look, for him to get where he is, he has to have all the skill set, because there's just so many places that we go where you have to fish laydowns and cypress trees and things like that, and lily pad flats. And yeah, the electronics help. You get to see some of those fish that are on those tree roots, but you've still got to be proficient to get your bait in that gnarly stuff as well.
That was a good fish catch we saw moments ago, and let's have a look at that again with our Lowrance bird's eye view here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite on the Harris chain. And I mean, how far has pro fishing come? I mean, you used to have to wait 2 months for a magazine to come out to find out who won, and now literally, not only do we have anglers covered in the boat, but above them.
Nothing like real time. It's hard to sit here and watch, knowing that I can go grab my boat and go watch in person, but you don't have to now.
No, that's one thing it has totally affected. Live has changed. I mean, before live, we were having events where there was multiple hundreds of spectators out on the water at times. I think of that Bobby Lane event in the past, every KVD event. There's certain areas that it really stands out. But the flotillas are a lot less, because you can literally, I mean, we're kind of pulling a card out of the NFL playbook where you can cover a game better from on your couch than you can being on the water.
Absolutely. And the flotilla deal, I mean, it can affect the fish. When we were at the Classic, I can remember Iaconelli running by, and there's 30 guys behind him. It takes a long time for all of that to settle.
It's like a tournament blast-off every time he moves.
It is.
That being said, come out to the weigh-in. It's a spectacular part of the experience. Do not miss the weigh-in.
There are going to be some beautiful fish weighed today.
Yesterday's weather, how would that affect today, or has it affected today?
It's going to affect the areas, some of those areas where the wind blew really hard on. It stirs up some silt in the water, and it makes the visibility a little tougher. The fish will still bite, but they're not going to be quite as aggressive. I would look for cleaner water, which it looks like where Trey is, and I would focus on that first. Later on in the afternoon, if some of those areas settle, I would go back and check them. But in Florida, I just prefer clean water, always have.
Is the locking situation as scary as some people paint the picture to be here?
100%. 100%. If you're going to Apopka and you know that you're going to be both 30, 40, 50, something like that, you're not going to be in the first turn of that lock. And for you to sit there for an hour or 2 hours, or in the case of some of those college anglers, 3 hours to get your turn to go through that lock, and you're just looking at that time burning on your watch, you're going, man, did I make the right decision? Can I really go down there and do what I need to do in an hour or two? It's so hard. Going to Griffin's a little better. The lock holds more. It turns a little faster right now. But it's still a gamble. I've gotten to that lock before, and there'd be 50 boats ahead of me. My co-angler actually caught a big one dragging a Carolina rig behind the boat while we're all tied up talking. So,
really?
Yes, it was pretty embarrassing for a boater, if you want to know the truth.
Let's play fantasy right now. Not fantasy fishing, but fantasy land. We're going to put a genie on it in a bottle. Came out, gave us a wish. We're going to put the clock back a few hours. Tab Jones, you're fishing in this tournament. Where are you fishing?
I'm probably going to the north side of Griffin and probably fishing the grass flat and try to catch a good 12 to 15 pound limit. And then I'm going to some of my favorite pad fields, airheads, and things like that, and throw that speed worm and try to catch 1 or 2 5-pound upgrades if possible.
What kind of weight you think is going to win this event?
I'm going to say probably between 65 and 68.
Well, we'll find out if any of that's true. But right there, Trey McKinney, hot off his first Elite Series victory and only his second Elite Series event. Well, let's have a look at our top 10. Day number 1, a very rare Friday for day number 1. Brandon Lester with 18 pounds, 12 ounces. Jordan Lee behind him. Wes Logan, a former Elite Series champion. You pick a name in that top 10. I mean, it can't be Lester. Who are you putting your money on?
I would not bet against Wes Logan.
It's a good pick. The little ball of hate. Tab, where'd you get your... No, tell me about that afterwards. I need to know about your name.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's get it, baby. It's a risky deal where you choose a fish. You're like, okay, well, if it's risk reward, it maybe not as many people go up there. That's a good key, It's like, well, less people, less time, bigger fish. Let's do that. That's for some people, but for me, I think I need as much time as I possibly can to get 5 bites. So I'm gonna stay within, not too far, not too crazy, and just kind of basically, I picked my 3 lakes. And I'm like, I'm gonna figure them out in these 3 lakes. I took the mindset of that. But as long as I can just kind of scramble out and survive in those 3 lakes I picked, I just kind of narrow it down. Pick a little section of the lake and figure it out. Hey, y'all, that's a bass. That's a Florida bass.
And figure it out he has. It seems everywhere we go so far, this young fishing phenom that we've heard about for years, he's definitely delivering, having a good tournament here. Just day number 1 of this 4-day event. Let's go over to Florida's very own Scott Martin. And Scott Martin took a win a couple months ago in Okeechobee and was a player the last time we were here.
He was, and he's down in Apopka flipping reeds, which is something he obviously is very comfortable doing, and it's a very effective technique here.
Not real sure why. Just flipping these reeds right now down here on Apopka. Started out in the morning and up in the upper chain, bouncing around, caught a limit. I've had a decent amount of bites flipping. They just have not been the size, so it's kind of like I'm due for a big one, to be honest with you. Due for a real big one.
It's nice when they make you sound like you know what you're talking about.
How about that? Well, and the other thing that's interesting is that he's exactly right when he says he's due for a big one. You'll catch a 2 and a 2 and a 2, and then all of a sudden there'll be a 7 or an 8, and don't be surprised.
What is the key with Florida? Like, is it just
pretty much
speed?
flipping this bandito bug. It's a great bait for Florida.
So many people struggle here.
Obviously,
they do, and I do at times.
That's what Little Rider's
I do
out
at
for
times
sure.
as well. Just
black and blue. Just pitching it around on a half ounce. Down here at a pop tee, you don't want to flip a real heavy weight. It's real soft bottom here. You know, my plan was to catch a limit in the upper lake and then come down here and get 4 or 5 bites, but I expected to catch a lot bigger fish. I've only culled 1 time since I've been here. Everything else has been really small. The wind, we had all that wind yesterday, and I think it really affected my main area. Not that it muddied it up, I just think it just takes a little while for this fish to kind of get set back up again. We tucked back in this little backwater right here, and we've had 4 or 5 bites right through here.
Yeah, Florida can be tough. You have a tendency sometimes to try to cover too much water too fast. And a lot of times in Florida, squatting and figuring out an area and really soaking it is not a bad technique. And you're going to see some guys really do that today. They're going to get in an area that they're really comfortable, the water looks good, the cover looks good, and they just stay with it and try to figure out how to get bit.
A little distracted. Some guy just drove past in I don't know if it was a red Rolls-Royce golf cart, but I mean, I don't know what it was, but I want it.
You get to see a lot of interest.
Oh, boy.
Look at here. And he's gone. I suspect everybody in the world knows what he's throwing now, don't you?
Over to Trey McKinney, hooked up live. Oh boy.
It wasn't coming off. Whew.
Good.
Son. This dude got it. Mm-hmm. No, he wouldn't have. No, he wouldn't have.
He's a scary kid. Like, I mean, we saw it at Fork, but I mean, doesn't get rattled, doesn't, you know, just take very, like, I mean, I'll be honest. If somehow I found myself in the Elite Series, and 2 events in, I'm leading Angler of the Year, leading Rookie of the Year, won Elite, caught more weight than I actually physically weigh, I would probably be so disconnected with reality by this point.
Again, I say so much poise for such a young man, and he is obviously a strong competitor.
There we go, guys. We're slowly getting there.
Good quality upgrade.
Yeah.
Better get used to seeing that picture. He's already said he's throwing it all day.
Yeah, I mean,
I've actually not had much experience, guys. Yeah, I'm not usually a glide baiter, to be honest with you. But, you know, I said if it got tough or I got a good limit, why not go for it? And how these fish are set up, they're kind of, I don't know, I feel like they're eating really big meals, because I can throw a regular glide, they look at it, you might get one or two to bite, but when I throw this big one, they're just like mesmerized, you know? That's what I kind of like about this. I wish I had a little different color, but they seem to bite it just fine. But I'm really surprised I haven't caught like a big one. Like, I know that sounds bad. They're like, well, take what you get, don't throw a fit, but I really thought if I caught one on it, it was gonna be like Megalosaurus. So, uh-oh. Hang on one second, guys. There is a saurus down there. And I missed him. All right, let's get a better cast. But yeah, I really was looking forward to kind of getting the freedom where I could throw this so I could do this, you know, just kind of say, heck with it, I need a big bite, that's what I need, you know, instead of like, oh my gosh, you know, I got to catch a limit, oh no, I don't know if I'm going to do it. This right here is, I like to be in this zone where I'm like, I need a big bite, that's it, go do it, you know. That's very important to me right now. Just trying to, I guess, have more chances at catching a bigger fish. But the bad thing is about it is they follow it some days, they don't eat it some days, you lose them. But as of far today, I will say I have had a few knock it, you know, big ones hit it and not get the hooks and stuff like that. You know, it's aggravating, but it's kind of the stuff you got to deal with it, unfortunately. I like it though, it's addictive, it's too addictive. That's the bad thing, when you look at me throwing a glide bait, it hurts me a lot, sometimes. But sometimes, you know, it's the move. But you gotta know when it is and when it ain't, or you'll burn so much time in a tournament. When you don't have a limit or you think you're gonna catch a big one, that stuff is scary, dude. But now I have three or 4 pounds over what I shot for, so I don't got nothing to lose, you know. I'm going to catch big ones, and that's my goal.
Hey, he's not even good at it, according to him.
That's a terrible thing to admit when you're in, what, 7th place right now? 8th place?
Yeah. Wow, fishing free and fishing incredible. Trey McKinney having a big day on glide baits, and I mean, this Elite Series business is so easy. I'll just try stuff I'm not good at during the event.
That's when you know you're making good decisions.
Speaking of good decisions, your reigning and defending Bassmaster Classic champion,
come on,
Justin Hamner. Oh, he's got to follow that little action.
I don't think that's the action he's looking for.
I don't like the aquatic T-Rex.
That's a good way to run a good frog bait.
What do you do when they, like, I mean, do you ever have them come up on your shore?
Yeah, I saw 2 yesterday, as a matter of fact. We've got a big one under our dock. We've nicknamed Henry. He's about 10, and he's got lots of friends in the canal beside the house, a couple of 3s, and looks like maybe a 7 or an 8.
Not a lot of swimming off the dock, I imagine.
Absolutely not. We have a lot of people that come and walk their dogs, and we make sure that they don't get too close to the water, because those guys are pretty aggressive.
10-footer.
Yeah, he's a big one. When they were putting the braces under my dock, the guys working on the dock said, we're not coming back till it's cold or he leaves.
I don't think I'd come back. I mean,
they didn't seem to be too terribly concerned, except when he got within maybe 15 or 20 feet of the dock.
They let him get that close.
They did, and then they'd climb out of the water, and I was, come on, guys, that, no.
I don't know whether that makes them tough or stupid, but... Speaking of classic champs, you got 5 titles represented on the stage, on the screen right now. Justin Hamner, obviously the most recent classic champion, and Rick Clunn, a 4-time Bassmaster Classic champion. The week before he won the Classic, Hamner was on the podcast, and he kind of joked with me because it was Clunn, Van Dam, and Hamner's like, did you call the wrong number? And then a week later, he is your Bassmaster Classic champion. It's amazing how that event can change your life.
Life-changing, for sure. I've got several friends that have won it, and it is a serious, serious thing to have that title attached to your name.
Weird.
Hamner's good at it. He likes those classics. I think he finished 5th in his first one and then went and won the second one.
It's a pretty good average.
Yeah.
I'd take those odds. My first Classic was not nearly that successful, but I got there nonetheless, and I'd go back in a heartbeat.
1 4-pounder.
Well, you're part of a very elite group to have qualified to be there.
Yeah, I feel very blessed and missed going back by an ounce on the Arkansas River, so that one still burns.
People say it's one of those events, and I mean, too many people say it to say it's not true, that you want to make your first one, but after you've been in one, you don't want to miss one.
No, that is a very true sentiment.
Well, this is day number 1, a very rare day number 1 on a Friday. Yesterday's weather postponed the start of this. We're going to be going Friday and Saturday with a full field. A very rare semifinal Sunday with the top 50 and the top 10 fishing championship Monday. Welcome back. On location coverage, and our studio is a beautiful one this time around. Leesburg, Florida, a beautiful day. One day postponed. This is normally Thursday, day number 1, but this time we're doing it on Friday. We're going to go all the way through to Monday, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes. And that chain is 8 different bodies of water. But atop our leaderboard, Brandon Lester, Jordan Lee. And during the break, Tab, you were getting a little bit excited to see John Garrett in 3rd place.
John's a really good quality angler, nice young man, and I'm not surprised to see his name at the top of the list.
He is one of those anglers that has literally been knocking at the elite within a point or two several times. What makes him so good?
He is just so consistent. I think that's the thing that I have noticed the most, is that everywhere he goes, he is in the hunt, or he's close enough in the points to where he stays competitive all year long.
Well, a guy that has been very competitive on the Elite Series and the Bassmaster Classic, had a bridesmaid finish just a couple of years ago. Brian Schmidt has an intimate love affair with any body of water that has grass, and Florida lakes have a lot of grass.
There's plenty of grass to go around. It looks like he's dropping a finesse rig on some of it as we speak.
Schmidt kind of on the other side of the forward-facing sonar debate in the way that, I mean, he's a great natural angler, highly publicized. He has the most amount of graphs on his boat. He has 4 feet of graph right in front of him in the console. But this has been a very rare, tough start to the season for him. So there's another side of it where you've got guys adjusting and changing, but it's not a light switch.
No, I mean, it's not a magic bullet. There's no question about it, but it is a very effective tool, and the guys that are proficient at it, they're making good use of their time with it.
Now over to the legendary Rick Clunn, tournament 499. And in the state where he has won more tournaments than any other. We're going to see a lot of him the next couple of weeks, and what a fairy tale story it would be if he can roll into his 500th event on the St. Johns River, where he won his last 2 Elite Series events, and get a win.
I'm going to spend a lot of time watching that one. He is a serious hammer on that body of water.
There's another Masters happening right now, and people always get a little extra excited when Tiger's in the mix. This is him here. Like, I mean, if he's in the mix come this Sunday or come this Monday or next Sunday, I mean, it's one of those moments where stop, get to your TV. But it's amazing to look at him, and he's done this for 50 years. I mean, you watch Gary Player and guys like that are in a similar age bracket as him. They're hitting a, ceremonial shot at the beginning of the event. This guy's still competing at this level.
That's what's so amazing to me, is that he has been so competitive for such a long period of time, and he hasn't lost any drive, he hasn't lost any desire, and he obviously hasn't lost any ability.
No. Told me last week his new goal, he's got a new goal. He said years ago he saw George Burns perform, comedian. 90 years old at the time, and Rick looked at him and said, man, it's amazing what he's able to do at 90. And he said, I have a goal now, which is so strange what his goal is when you compare it, because people want to take the forward-facing sonar debate and be like, it's the young guys and the older guys. Well, he's the most senior angler on tour, 77 years old. His goal is to win a tournament scoping. He said, I want to master that. When you've got so many people that are like, turn that off. That's his goal. He said, I want to win an event totally scoping.
I wouldn't want to bet against him setting his mind to something.
I might ought to quit doing that, do you think?
I don't know.
No.
I'm not going to quote Einstein. But everybody knows the saying.
Wow.
Dang. It's two decent fish, not big ones, but good ones.
That hurts. Looks like a good one, too.
Yeah, he was applying some pressure to him.
And let's relive it. Didn't really get to see it there. When he pulls it back to the side of the boat, there was a bit of a shot of it, but...
There was obviously something about his hook set or the way his rod was positioned that he didn't like, because he made a comment that he needed to stop doing that. So
let's have a look at it again. It's a decent one. How big you think?
It's hard for me to tell with that mouth, but certainly it's 2.5 or 3 pounds.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe a little more.
You have to find out whether there was something, or he's just saying, got to quit losing them. I mean, that's the second one.
Yeah.
Amazing, man. He's kind of, and he openly will tell you, kind of awkward with this whole celebrating his 50th season.
5 pounds of fish, 2 fish I lost.
Quietly going about his business, though. Don't bet against him on the forward-facing sonar tournament. If he sets his mind to it.
I mean, his famous quote in Palatka, don't ever accept that your greatest moments are behind you.
I remember that.
And he's a living inspiration. I've got to spend a lot of time with him the last few months and have some really incredible conversations with him, but the world needs more Rick Clunns. He is just the way he's chosen to live his life. From you look at how tough it is to make it as a pro angler now, and you hear some of the stories he had starting out. It wasn't easy then. And one of the amazing things he said to me, he left a job in technology of all things at a great, I think it was at Exxon, one of the biggest tech centers outside of NASA. And he said he was broke. Everything was going. He said, but I've never been happier. He said everything that was happening in my life from the outside looks like, what are you doing? You're doing everything wrong. And he's like, but I knew as a person I'd never been happier at any point in his life. And he stuck with it, and guess what? He kind of figured it out.
It's a really cool story.
Just how good did he figure it out? Well, figured it out better than almost anyone. 499 tournaments, 16 wins, 123 top 10s, 4 classic wins, an Angler of the Year title. That is a bass fishing career. I mean, literally in numbers, I mean, classics, it's just him and Kevin. For total wins, he's right up there. Angler of the Year, I mean,
look at those top 10 finishes. How consistent do you have to be to put up that kind of number?
It's unworldly to me to still be competing. He
at
truly
the highest
is.
level.
Yeah.
At the highest level.
He truly is. 5 decades as a pro angler. You could take half those stats, split them between 4 people, and they're all Bass Fishing Hall of Famers. We're from the oldest angler in the field, the most senior angler in the field, to the youngest angler ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, the youngest angler ever to lead Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, youngest angler ever to lead the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Really just, I'm starting to hate him, to be honest. He's really accomplished too much already.
You need a longer list. You've run out of room to write things.
I think you got to also, you look at Rick Clunn's been involved with bass basically from the start, all but a few years. And I think the Trey McKinneys, the Tyler Williams that are coming along, people want to harness that to electronics, and there's a big part of it that is helping shortening the learning curve, but it's also the sport evolving. And I think if you look at other sports, I mean, bass fishing generally is we just had our 54th Bassmaster Classic, so it's not near as old as sports like baseball and stuff. But there was a time where that got a lot younger, and I think it's just people like Trey McKinney being focused on this goal, the goal that Rick Clunn showed them how to do, Kevin Van Dam showed them how to do, and they're just being able to chase it at a younger age. They're more serious about it.
Well, and they are, and the tools and the weapons, so to speak, that they have at their disposal is just so much more advanced than it used to be. I mean, I remember when the power pole came out. That was such a significant advantage, and then now every boat on the water has one. So the forward-facing sonar is no question it's here to stay. It's a very effective tool. The guys that can use it and be efficient with it, their results are showing.
And the crazy thing is, you look at Clunn's numbers, that's incredible. And you're like, nobody's ever going to compete. But Clunn didn't start till he was 27. Yes, you are. Didn't start till he was 27 years old. Trey McKinney's already got an Elite Series victory, and he's a month into his 19th year. He doesn't have to fish to 77 to catch him.
That's right. And so many of these young college anglers get to this level with such an impressive resume behind them already. And, I mean, they've been fishing competitively and winning very large competitive events for a number of years before they ever get here. So
Trey McKinney, obviously leading Angler of the Year here, but let's have a look at our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ standings, and those are the next crop that want to make it here to the Elite Series. Evan Kung, a Canadian angler, might as well have 5 of them on tour. They're all very lethal. Dakota Hebert, nobody shocked to see him there, but that has going to 9 events. Having the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ Angler of the Year standings, I mean, that has changed. That has made the Open so much more compelling for me as a fan.
Oh, it really has. And, I mean, I've fished the Opens for a long time, and I thoroughly enjoy doing it. But I've got to tell you, the talent in that Open EQ field is just unbelievable. Any one of those guys on that list will beat you every single day of the week.
9 events, And you should listen to the 9 rookies from that are here. I mean, the oldest is Ben Milliken, who's 34. But the majority of them, in their 20s, early 20s, they talk about how much I've seen a lot of rookie classes come, but this group, Clunn hooked up? No. I'm not talking anymore about him. He'll be mad at me. But those anglers were all tested so much to make it here, and it's like there's a tighter. I was just telling the future is what I was doing. Let's watch.
Little one, I'm not swing him anyway.
What kind of square bill you think that is?
How many fish do you think he's caught on? I mean, of those 123 top tens,
trying to give me a chance.
Been a lot of them on square bills.
At least give them. I should have about 8, 9 pounds.
Significant
Those other two, if I'd caught them, which who knows? You never know. Normally these tournaments, that's still not any good. But pound and a quarter when you tallow.
Rick Clunn keeping his bait wet. Saw him fishing some cypress trees, now fishing some boat docks. But your tournament leader, Brandon Lester, with 18 pounds, 12 ounces. Tim, this has been fun. I've enjoyed hanging out with you.
I've enjoyed it too. It's good to be here.
We should do this again.
I'm all for it.
Maybe across the river, they have a margarita special starting.
That, or we'll go hang out at the dock at my house.
Oh, sounds like a plan. Who do we got to watch outside of our leader here?
I'm going to go with John Garrett and Wes Logan. Those are my 2 picks.
Well, you guys don't have to go anywhere, but we got an appointment across the river, and we're going to leave the job to Davey, Tommy, Such, and Ronnie. Bass Live.
The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. So great to have you with us here, Bassmaster Live, back into the swing of things with the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024, third event of the season. Our Florida swing has begun and is well underway. In fact, we are headed into the final 2 hours of fishing for our first flight anglers here on this day one. Day one, of course, postponed from yesterday. The weather was unsuitable and deemed unsafe for fishing. Too much wind, too much threats of weather, and good idea to just go ahead and start it today, which we're happy to be here. We're happy that it's going to go for 4 days. We always like it when we have strangely, we like it when we have a championship Monday, because the alternative, we don't even want to contemplate that. But here with Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such-Sucon, I'm Tommy Sanders. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And we've seen some diversity out there today. That's one of the things that can recommend this day on Harris Chain, is the guys are still figuring it out, I think, in a post-frontal situation, David.
Yeah, diversity is exactly what I was going to talk about. We have definitely seen that. We've seen some glide bait fishing offshore. We've seen some people literally throwing in the locks or being inside the locks, throwing out of the locks. We've seen some frog fishing. We've seen some alligators. We've seen a little bit of everything like we promised, and it's certainly shaping up that way. And I think it'll be that way all 4 days of this event.
100%. I think one thing that we need to keep in mind is these anglers are probably using this day one. There's a little bit of urgency, but it is kind of like another practice day, because these anglers had a built-in, some of our Elite Series events throughout the season, anglers have requested, hey, every now and then it'd be good to have a day off before our tournament starts. Well, we did that for the Harris Chain. So they practiced Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. They had off on Wednesday, and then we had the weather roll in Thursday. So these anglers other than this morning, hadn't made a cast on the Harris chain since Tuesday evening. So a lot has changed. Anglers got to figure it out. You had anglers moving to Apopka late in the day, and that'll determine what we do going forward. If those Apopka anglers decide it's worth it for day 2, I'm going to go back, or they go to one of the other 7 lakes available.
A lot of math going on in these guys' minds as they try to figure out what they're going to do for the rest of it. Such, the math you're following, I know some of the numbers were thrown out was maybe a 10-pound average to make the first cut, the cut to 50. Huh?
It's down that low. It's looking like that, but big fish are still ruling. It's Flora. Our leader, Brandon Lester, has a 6-pounder. Ed Lawford, who was fishing down in Apopka, has a 6.3. He's got 4 fish, and he's in our top 10. John Garrett has a 6.5 and a 5.0, and he's 3rd place with 4 fish.
All right.
See, he may be ending the day with the lead.
All right. Again, we've only got a couple of hours left of fishing for some of our guys. And
I was going to say, I think John Garrett's fished here twice in opens. I think he's got a 14th and an 11th place finish. So the Harris chain's been kind to John Garrett. It wouldn't be surprising to see him stay in the top 10.
Yep. All right. Great to have you with us. Let's check out what you may have missed if you're just joining us right now with our Yamaha Midday Report. And we will start with the legend. Of course, we're going to be, when his 499th Bassmaster event, we're going to be with Rick Clunn on this day.
Certainly not a surprise to see Rick Clunn throwing a square bill in Florida. Caught a lot of fish there through the years with a square bill. He's caught a lot of fish everywhere with a square bill. One of the few anglers we've seen doing that, but with the water clarity, a lot of these fish being up around the shoreline for Rick Clunn, around the cypress knees, cypress trees. Obviously a good choice. He's really focusing on the mouths of these canals. Spent most of his time in the canals, but more time just like you see right here, where there's a little current, a pinch point where that water moves in and out, especially with the wind direction changes like we've had the last 2 days.
Rick Clunn in his 50th year with the Bassmasters. Buddy Gross, the champion from 2022, the last time the elites were here.
Yeah, Buddy Gross, the winner here 2 years ago, like you mentioned, Tommy, and a lot of expectations here for him this week. He's been spending a lot of time on the water. Did not have the start this year like he wanted to earlier in the year in Texas. The best way to fix that, I think, is exactly what he's done. Spend more time on the water, try to get dialed in on your techniques. He has done that. This morning he's lost a few fish, missed some fish, but the big deal is the size of the fish just has not been there for Buddy Gross. You need to look for, you don't have to always be searching for 5 to 8 pounders, but you need some solid 3-pounders here this week.
Justin Hamner, man on top of the world bass fishing, won the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic a few weeks ago in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and hey, he showed us a flash of what the guy to this point in his career right now, earlier today.
Yeah, no doubt. It's good to see the reigning Bassmaster Classic champion just fishing free and easy. A lot of pressure, a lot of things going on, a lot of business decisions, I'm sure. But look at him. He's chewing on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something there this morning, catching those fish, just having a great start to his event.
One big thing that can be a hindrance, Davey, is guys running around too much, but we've seen guys like Justin Hamner and Brian Schmidt pretty much stay in their general area around Harris, whether they're on one side of the lake or the other. They've stayed in the main lake there, and they're going to have a whole lot more fishing time for their day one compared to others who have ran around.
Yeah, in the state of Florida, certainly I learned the hard way. It's best to stay put in a general area, fish thoroughly, fish slower than most of these anglers. One thing that certainly separates the Bassmaster Elite Series anglers from a lot of the others throughout the country is they cover a lot of water. They fish fast. They try to be efficient. I'm sure a lot of these anglers probably fished every lake on this Harris chain of lakes the first day of practice. They took a look at all of them. So that's what separates them usually. It's hard to slow down when you're that type of fisherman by nature, but it's certainly something you have to do. Brian Schmidt, not to start, he really thought, he could have or wanted, but not in bad shape, unofficially in 45th place.
Well, Scott Martin certainly figured out something early today, and it paid off for him. Got a quick limit in the boat.
He had a plan, and he certainly followed through with it. Wanted to catch a fish, limit a fish early this morning, shad spawn. Was able to reposition his boat and caught 3 fish right along the stretch between that Kissimmee grass and that boat dock that he could not get to bite when he was fishing perpendicular to the bank. Got up there and making parallel casts like the shad were running. Did a great job of explaining that. He followed through with his plan. I actually talked to him on the phone 2 days ago about what he was going to do, and he said, I hope I can catch a limit early. shed spawn and then go to Apopka and try to catch a bigger fish. We saw on the maps that he has done that. He just hasn't been able to catch those bigger fish. Certainly somebody that knows a lot about this chain of lakes. He was very concerned about the area that he would go to at Apopka with those strong winds if the water clarity would be not so good, and it appears that it isn't.
All right, the man bringing in the momentum from our last stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Lake Fork, where he caught within 2 pounds of the record for 4 days of fishing, Trey McKinney.
Here's some footage that I'm sure a lot of these anglers will be looking at after the event's over, especially the ones that don't make the Sunday cut, and say, gosh, I locked through right there. My boat was sitting on top of all these fish. You see, Tyler Rivette was not one of the ones that didn't realize those fish were right there. He was there, but only able to catch 1 or 2 fish there for Tyler. Trey McKinney caught his limit of bass and went out to the lake, started throwing a glide bait, using his forward-facing sonar exclusively, and was able to upgrade quite a bit. Currently unofficially in 6th place with 14. I think he's got definitely probably 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds more than that. But we'll see how it turns out. He's caught some quality fish since he's moved out and changed his patterns, but has still yet to put a big fish in the boat. If he does that, you'll see him over the 20-pound mark. I don't know exactly what that is right there.
I think you're strumming a big invisible guitar right
19
there.
years old. At 19 years old, he has got himself a pretty decent career so far. Trey McKinney, what an impressive now rookie for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
I was saying that John Garrett caught a 310, filled his limit. He's up to 21-2 and in the lead.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Good. I don't know where it's going to put me. Uh-oh. I don't know where it's going to put me exactly, to be honest with you. But I'm hoping if it goes right, I can at least, you know, I would have to be, I would think, inside the check range. But, you know, I don't know. But overall, you know, it's like a good feeling. But, I mean, I wish I had something that is more dialed than this, because I could pull out here tomorrow and not catch a bass doing this. And I know that. And it's scary. And I don't like it. So it's like I wish I could find, I mean, I got other stuff, but that's the only part that's kind of scaring me about the whole ordeal. Like now they're getting kind of finicky, you know, they're looking at it. Like right now I go on chasing it. They're looking at it, they're pausing with it, they're not really. Oh my gosh, he smoked it. Come on. They're just acting funny now, you know? Like earlier it was just like, oh, fish, bang! Like they were just destroying it. But now, I'm trying to, come on. As you guys can see how hard I'm working it, I'm trying to find, come on. No bueno. Trying to find something I can do specifically that works, you know? Other than just, okay, I'm gonna go fishing and hopefully find the right active fish. But I don't know, today's been good. We've had a lot better than what I thought laying in bed, I know that much. You know, it's been fun. I'm kind of shocked already that I've caught as many as I have on a glide bait. Like, that's just how it goes for me most of the time. They'll either slap at it. Like a while ago, I had one hit it like 3 times and curl my hook, like wrap my hooks and never get it. Like, what is that, you know? So I don't know, it's a tough deal, guys. Like right here, I bumped it and my hook's curled. That's the bad thing about glide bait fishing. Just one thing of that and it's over. Unless you just have one that's just like starving. Uh-oh. I have seen a lot of like roamers and I like that. Sometimes roamers can be fooled. That's just what I casted to right now. Come on. Come on. Come on, soldier. Come on, I know you're in it. I got you. I got you. I know you. He's not in it. Repeat, he's not in it.
One thing that we need to announce.
But a lot of times these fish, I guess it's post-fall condition.
1:17 right now, local time for the anglers at the Harris Chain. And so those who were in the first flight today that made their trip to Apopka probably need to be getting close to the lock now. If you think 30 to 40 minutes for the lock, you get through it. You got to do the idle zones and come back 40 minutes or so. It is a beautiful Friday afternoon. Who knows what the boat traffic could be like in some of those canals, and you need to make so. We'll see Scott Martin and some of those later flight guys there. They'll start to see people evacuating out of Apopka and kind of get a good read, I guess, on how many people actually made the run.
Yeah, Lowrance is in the first flight, and we saw him way down on the southern end of Apopka. And recently I looked, and he was up in the canal, probably heading on his way
I think
back
if I was
in.
first flight, I'd already be
for sure.
on the way back.
This
already,
is the deadline. This is
He's
the
on
last
4 fish,
spot,
though. Guess what other rookie has jumped into our top 10 right behind McKinney? Tyler Williams, 14.5 pounds.
He had a top 10 from Griffin last year at the Open.
Trey McKinney giving us a pretty extensive blow-by-blow of what he's doing right there. He's, if you're looking for somebody to tell you what's going on, he's your man.
You got a lot of guys right now, and Trey's in a good spot with his weight, but there's a lot of guys that have 7 to 9 pounds that if they get a 6-pounder, they will feel like they won the Super Bowl trying to survive day one as we head out to Buddy Gross, our defending champion from here. And taking a look, we talked about it, Davey. He's one of the best offshore anglers there is, and one reason why before the live technology era is the Humminbird 360, being able to pick apart specific cover. And we saw this earlier when he caught one. He was pulled down, and we could see those clumps of grass, and you can see there how it's kind of a wall of grass right out in front of his boat. What are those rings? Those rings are probably in the 20 to 25 foot range. Each ring is, and so, you know, within 30
He's probably,
to 50
those are probably 20-foot rings. I think he likes to go out to 80,
And so now you can see how
20, 40, 60.
The grass is rotating, and so those big shadows just showed you how tall the grass is, how much of a difference it is. But that was key for him on some of those spots, at least in Beauclair and Eustis before.
And just to show how different this chain of lakes is, to find clumps of hydrilla like that and clumps of eelgrass now on this chain of lakes, it takes hours and hours of idling. Where just 2 years ago you could find that in a lot of different areas.
And I was going to mention that in our Yamaha midday report when we saw Brian Schmidt spinning rod in the same area we saw chatterbaits and swimbaits last time with so much grass. He has to be much more accurate in his presentation because there is a lot less grass in those areas now.
Even the pads, when in these canals, I've noticed a lot with Justin Hamner, and there's some, there's a mixture of vegetation there. That's been sprayed, all that's dead, and it's not natural for it to be dead in April.
Not natural, not ideal.
No.
He promised us a frogfish today, so I'm still waiting for him to.
Have to keep an eye on the clock when it gets down to about an hour left. He'll just have to go catch that gator to make good on his promise that he would catch something on a frog today.
This stage of the game, 52nd place on Bass Track.
There we go.
Cool. Cool. Never touched it.
One bite
like a
could put him
pickerel
in the
bite there.
Top 15 or something.
Let's see.
We got time. We'll wait that frog out. Like Ronnie said, it was a promise. Hey, kayak, big deal here in the bass fishing world right now. The 2024 Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series. Excuse me. I believe they start their Possum Kingdom tournament here tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Yeah, out in Texas there, and I know that's a big event for them. That's a favored destination. And if they want to check that out, the kayak fishing has gotten so sophisticated, so popular. Such a great gateway into the world of bass fishing at the top level, and a lot of heroes already developing in that sport right now. Enjoyed it. They had their classic about the same week that we had our classic out there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, not too long ago. So definitely want to check out the Bassmaster, the Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series if you're interested in getting into it.
And last year at Possum Kingdom, Michael Cates, I remember interviewing him on the Bassmaster podcast with Kyle Jesse, set the record last year for the largest inches total for a Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series, 210 inches. So I said, what does that equate to? And he said, oh, it's pushing all of a 30-pound bag per day.
Well,
so,
check the QR code right there. Click on that and check out a lot more. Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series going strong here, and right now it's going to be started. Well, they're getting ready, practicing probably at Possum Kingdom Lake. That'll be Saturday and Sunday, so you can keep up with that right here on Bassmaster.com. So great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Of course, we want to say a big tip of the hat to Lake County. The folks at Lake County, appropriately named Lake County here for the Harris Chain of Lakes, are our hosts, and they do, as always, a fantastic job hosting college tournaments here. We've had all sorts of nation tournaments here. I remember, I think it was, who was it that I remember qualified for the Elite Series? This is like 20 years ago in an Elite. Oh, it was Bill Lowen in an Elite Series tournament. We watched him. We went out at the other side of the Harris Chain of Lake Harris, as a matter of fact, and it was a lot of fun. But for a long time, Lake County has been a big element in the success of Bassmaster events. John Garrett, right there. We were talking about we're going to have any 20-pound. We don't have any yet, but John Garrett went from below 20 pounds with a 3+ all the way up to 21.5, and that's the way it went down right there. That was 9:51 a.m.
Yeah, big move for him. Fish number one, John Garrett, marathon peak performance. And I'd say the peak was at 9:51, putting a 6-pound, 5-ouncer over in the boat. A lot of people expected to see him atop our leaderboard, even if it's unofficial on the bass track early in his career. It took him a few tournaments to do it, but certainly a great angler and deserves to be here. He's been close a few years before now, but obviously catching the right quality fish, probably not any more numbers than anybody, half the people we've seen with live cameras today, but catching those 3, 4s and that 6.5 makes all the difference in the world here, this event.
I think it was the 310 that put him up over the 20-pound, straight to 21. Back to the most successful angler we have on camera all day today, and that is Trey McKinney, our winner at the most recent event, Lake Fork.
Looked a little dejected there.
Yeah.
At insult to injury, Joseph Webster just passed him with his big fish, 15.5 pounds.
Just saw Trey.
Right before we got here. Yeah, this is what you were talking about.
Big hook set. Ooh, just had him a second or two there, but you could
I
tell.
knew I had him.
A big rod he's got in his hand there that doubled up with that fish.
It didn't even move. Oh, I see him down there. That's a big one. Golly.
Switched up baits. Looks like he's got a plastic bait on now. Soft plastic, smaller bait, not a glide bait.
Brad Watley, our Phoenix Boats big bass leader, with an 8-pounder earlier. The 8 o'clock hour just filled. He actually called. He's up to 13, and he's in 11th place.
This 8-pounders go a long way.
Yeah, his other biggest is a 2.
Here we go.
Biggin.
He saw that fish again. Not sure if it's the same one, but
giant.
He said there he is down there.
Dude, if this is a bass, it's a toad. It's a bass. I just felt it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Come on. Woo! Let's get it, baby. Let's freaking get it. These fish feel huge. I fell out of the boat.
Big head, but definitely a post-spawn fish.
Oh,
Not going to weigh quite as much as it would have a month ago.
No. It's going down, guys. Darn it.
If you thought he was inaccurate the day before, he was weighing them and was inaccurate. Now his scale died, so now he's going to be real inaccurate weighing them.
Yeah, come on. Ugh. That hurts. You got anything with double A's?
No.
Man.
We gave you 2 off days, Trey. Go get some double A's, man.
Oh, wow.
I'm just kidding. I just
Who doesn't wake up in the morning and doesn't think double A's?
Shoot, I need to get some double A's.
I mean, especially what 19-year-old wakes up in the morning doesn't think double A's.
That's why you got to prepare.
Everything's USB cords.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Oh well.
Cameraman might have done him a favor there by saying,
He
no,
should still
I can't
have
give
his,
you AA batteries.
Right.
According to the internet, he could still have 2 double A's in his Game Boy. Like he could still take. He could take them out. Those might be still have some charge in them.
It literally read full battery.
Don't always believe what you read there, Trey.
Do it. Do it. All right. Looks like we're cold beaming. Wherever that is. This is why, guys, it pays to be prepared. Not think you're prepared or wish. Hey, do you have AA batteries? You have AA batteries?
My dad did send me a video. They're following Trey McKinney with, I think.
He was talking to your
whoever
dad.
His photographer was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to bum double A's off your dad. Are you kidding me?
Without dropping them in the lake.
They weighed things in the Stone Age with balance beams, didn't they?
Yeah,
That doesn't matter. I think it might be black.
Good thing he's not in the last 15 minutes of the day.
He doesn't
run in.
He doesn't have to, I mean, that fish he just caught is not a balance beam fish, and his scale should have the weight of the 2 fish in there that are the smallest, unless he had 2 that said they were identical, but he's checking all of them. I don't know.
Oh. Well, while he sorts it out.
While he sorts it out, we might as well give someone else other than Justin Hamner, who has been the Power Pole replay today for the entire 2024 season. Trey McKinney, a lot of entertainment for us. Glad we got a camera with him today. But here we go, offshore fishing. Have been using a glide bait most of the day. Switched it up, soft plastic, lost a big one. Cast or 2 later, caught this one. Not sure if it was the same fish or not, but Trey McKinney, you are certainly on camera Power Pole replay of the day. We are glad that we've been able to be in the boat with you, catching more fish and better quality than any other boat we've got a camera with. Trey McKinney, Power Pole replay of the day. First round Friday.
Yeah.
First round Friday, I like that.
How about a big move on one fish? Caleb Sumrall, 5.5 pounder, more than half his weight. He's just a little bit over 10 pounds. Went from 79th, one of the last guys on Bass Track at all, to 29th.
Wow.
One bite.
That's Florida, though. That's really Florida. Have that
Clunn
limit.
hooked up?
Yep.
See, I knew it wasn't.
Your dad?
Yes.
Always
Dad's
carries
not with
batteries?
Sego. My dad's with Kyle Jesse, so I don't know if it was, you know. Hooked under the.
Looks like a healthy one for Rick there.
definitely helping.
He's got a 12-ouncer among his 5.
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of that 15-incher anyway. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Say a
pound 12.
1 pound upgrade.
Okay. Get him close to the top 50.
I was going to mention that Brian Schmidt is 50th right now with 7:13. I mean, there's 20 guys not on Bass Track at all, but 9 or 10 pounds maybe after today.
Schmidt unlucky around the 50th mark. I think he's been 54th in both of the first 2 events this
Really?
year. Yeah.
Wow.
We'll be treated to something special next week. Clunn's 50th season on tour and his 500th B.A.S.S event. And for as many days that he's eligible to compete, we'll probably have a camera in the boat every single day with him to just document this never before seen, never will see again thing. There's just no, I just don't believe. I mean, Kenta Kimura fishes the most B.A.S.S events a year at 20 or 19. He counts 9 elites, 9 opens, and the classic. He would have to do that schedule of 9 elites, 9 opens, and the classic for the next 25 years for that to total up to be, 500. And that's
He's got 93 right now, Ronnie.
I don't know how many Elite Series guys love it enough to fish till they're 80. We'll just say that.
How many Red Bulls would that take, Kenta, to get to 500 events?
Kenta needs to win a classic, and he'll save so much
30,000.
money not having to do the Red Bulls anymore.
Maybe like Hamner got a Red Bull sponsorship. The last McKinney fish went in as a 3-0. He's got 15-6, back in 7th place.
And that was not a 3-0 either.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
Well, it is a treat. It is an absolute joy to be able to follow Rick Clunn as he nears that 500th tournament mark there and is engaged in his 50th year with the Bassmasters. Unbelievable. One of the original stars of the sport, still out there going strong. Hats off to Rick Clunn.
Rick Clunn is the man.
Clunn is the sport of bass fishing.
He's been the benchmark.
He won 4 classics. That in itself is like Babe Ruth.
This has got to be the most incredible classic we have ever had.
You can put him in the category of a Tom Brady, a Jack Nicklaus, a Michael Jordan, 1 in a million.
We live in a country where there are no limits.
He did it on his own. He did it his way. He still loves it as much as he did day one. He's been doing it longer than I've been alive. He's been fishing at the tour level at Bassmaster since the year I was born.
Rick has had an amazing career, and he's had such an impact on people. He started the dream for millions of people.
Oh, we are celebrating these 2 weeks for sure. Special emphasis on the man, the legend, Rick Clunn, in his 50th year. Competing at the top level of Bassmasters. Just an incredible, incredible story. Going to fish in his 500th tournament. Teed it up 500 times. That is hard to contemplate right now. Davey, You've done a lot, but still, I mean, my goodness.
You can't even wrap your arms around it, your head around it, your hands around it. I mean, it's just to think about that. And records are made to be broken, but you were talking about it a little earlier, Ronnie. I mean, I don't know if this will ever be touched. That many years and that number of events, truly amazing in any sport. With all the changes that have happened throughout his career, and to be able to stay in touch and stay in tune and stay competitive is amazing.
Well, if you're going to try to match that, you're going to get an early start. Here's a guy who's doing it right now at the age of 19.
Got a much earlier start than Rick Clunn.
Yes, he did. Absolutely.
Giant.
Here we go.
Big. Okay.
Yeah, that was at least 2 pounds.
I thought it was going to be like a 10-pounder, but hey, I'll take it.
He's got battery, so he'll probably put it in as a 2.5.
That feels like a Lake Fork bass. Okay, so our smallest one is red. Red. Let's get it, baby. Golly, what's happening today, guys? What is happening today? Ugh.
There's the smallest fish. That's one he caught not too long ago that looked so thin for the size. Head that that fish had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we see a upper 18s, 19 bag at least.
All right, with the batteries again.
He took 2 out of his Timex watch, but he doesn't know what time it is now, so he's got to put it back in, and then he's going to swap back.
No 19-year-old wearing a Timex watch.
Sorry, I showed my age. That was my generation.
Sago, whoever got it from on the water might be old enough.
Oh, there's some doing it to be ironic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Check back in with Buddy Gross, champion here in 2022. Cannot get onto the size today.
Definitely a little better.
Keep him skiing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, cool.
Top water.
Better, yeah.
Thank you, Lord.
Keep doing that, buddy. That's not a giant, but look at the cull there. You do that a couple more times, you go from in the 60s and 70s to in the 40s.
Yeah, he listed that one as 14 ounces. We've got 4 1.5 pounders.
Thank you, Lord.
Wait, the one he called was 14 ounces?
Yes.
Okay, I was about to say.
That was 14 ounces.
So you've been watching Trey McKinney too much. Trey would have called that one an 8 ounce.
That's some
just called.
Patrick Walters, Greg Hackney, you know.
Buddy Gross definitely changing it up. Broke out the shorts and top water.
Yeah. Turned into an early summer tournament, Tommy. We did get to see some walk-in top water action at the Bassmaster Classic Day 1. Jason Christie caught some on that.
These winds lay down. I think we'll see more of it this week than we've seen today. Justin Hamner still trying to fulfill the promise of one on the frog.
Yeah.
Rick Clunn still hanging strong with a square bill.
Is that Lee or Caleb in front?
Thought he'd gone to a glide bait.
One of those big Amish wooden swim baits.
You from Buddy Gross's, I can't tell who that is.
It looks like Caleb Summerall.
Who just caught a 5-pounder a little bit ago.
Yeah. That was a big one.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't make that
Buddy
bad
just
word.
missed a big one.
But the last fish jumped him up 16 places.
Yeah, that was significant, wasn't it?
Sorry, Lord. That was the one we're after right there. I probably won't bite again, but that was a good one. I set the hook before I felt it because I thought it had it. I should have just been still. Woo! Got my heart flowing.
Maybe it'll bite again.
That sucks, because that's a big one. I got a 5 or 6 pounder. I wish we'd have done it all day. That's what I come here to do all day.
Boy, we promised diversity. We certainly got it. Brian Smith throwing a drop shot, Justin Hamner on a frog, Rick Clunn a square bill, and Buddy Gross a walking top water bait.
You'd need more hands to be more diverse than that.
We've also, you add in all the other stuff that we've seen. Seen Buddy Gross, flipping a Z-crawl worm on a Texas rig. We've seen glide bait, jig.
Haven't seen the Carolina rig yet.
No, and that's what I was wondering. I was surprised Buddy Gross didn't switch up to that when they were short striking this morning, but I don't know how tall the grass is or if there's any clear spots around it or how hard it was, but somebody who won on this body of water with a Carolina rig, you'd expect he would have tried it, so there's a reason why.
Oh, I guarantee he's got one tied on. Maybe he's thrown it when we didn't have him live, but.
And to think the also diversity in where we've seen guys. We've seen Trey McKinney on the far west side, the farthest west side you can go in the Harris chain on Griffin, and we've seen Scott Martin, basically go south
on this top water. This is kind of the deal I want to do all day long, but I haven't. The wind's just been bad. I just decided to get up here above it, kind of block some of it or throw with it, and we just had a big one, like a real big one. It missed it. I didn't really miss it. It missed it. So. We've had 3 bites on it in a few minutes, so maybe we key in on something right here. It might help us in a minute.
But he is in the last flight. He went out the 101st boat this morning.
I think we're going to get some more bites. We just need some of the right ones, and that was finally the right one. It took all day long to get a good bite, and then I don't know that I butchered it up, but I set the hook before I failed it because I thought it had it. Everything it's bit so far has had it and held. So
let me go.
That's probably my fault.
Okay.
But we still got time. We probably got a good hour of fishing left.
Yeah, last flight's definitely got a good hour of fishing left, unless you're in a popka. And he's not.
No. Been everywhere but that. He's been in all the lakes that you can be in without locking. His wife Leanne may have Life 360 on him, so she can see everywhere he's been. I might die.
Encouraging, most encouraging thing we've seen so far with Buddy, though, to get 3 bites in just about 15 minutes and caught what appeared to be the biggest fish, or it's the biggest fish that we've seen him catch all day, and then just missed one bigger than that. So.
What I was saying was, Buddy's wife, Leanne, every time he's on Bass Live, she'll text me like a worried wife does. And she said she's been watching his track on Life 360, and she was asking if he was fishing or in a boat race because of how much he's ran around. She could see the track of his day and when he's driving, what speeds he's at, and she's like, he has done more driving than fishing some of these parts.
There's a little bit of a gap right here between this grass. I'm just trying to see if I can pick it up on this worm. That's a big one. I don't think he went far, but I ain't been able to trick him again.
So great to have you all with us here on Bassmaster.com. Someplace you might want to visit when you get a moment is something called Bassmaster on Bassmaster.com. There's the QR code right there. Give you some information about this program, this initiative by Bassmaster to really offer women an opportunity to get immersed in the sport of bass fishing. Not just dip your toe into it, but to sort of learn what's behind just about everything that goes on in this sport. You can learn about, of course, the fundamentals, lures and knots and seasonal patterns and rods and reels, casting, bait casting, finding fish, but you can also have a discussion of industry opportunities and maybe even develop a resume if you're interested in getting into the fishing business. So that's Bassmaster, a brand new initiative from the folks at B.A.S.S. See it right here on Bassmaster.com. Bassmaster Live, Harris Chain of Lakes, Lowrance Elite here. Coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium. And at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, incidentally, is our own Ronnie Moore. Ronnie?
I got something for you, Tommy, and the viewers at home. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, Harris Chain of Lakes, stop number 3 for the Bassmaster Elite Series season, stop number 4 for the fantasy fishing season. And if you're thinking about Falcon rods drain the lake, that is our one and done game mode. You have 8 anglers per team, and once you use the angler once, you lose them. So you think about maybe Louisiana, you want to use Greg Hackney at Toledo Bend, but you want to save him for Grand Lake for the Classic, or maybe you want to use him for the Florida swing because he's so good. You have to balance and manage when you use one of those anglers, and hopefully you do on their good week. But thinking about the top percentage, who was not used heavily, maybe in the Bassmaster Classic or Lake Fork or Toledo Bend, but maybe were higher percentages here for the Harris Chain of Lakes, and that was a couple Floridians. We've got 3 Floridians and Kyle Welcher. John Cox, Drew Benton, Scott Martin, and Kyle Welcher, the 4 highest anglers that have been picked in fantasy fishing this week. John Cox and Drew Benton obviously are proficient sight fishermen, but we really were unsure with what April would bring. And a lot of these anglers, including Scott Martin, who said this week, that I really haven't fished here in April. I live in the state of Florida, but all the tournament experience I've had here is always January, February, and March, or it's in the fall of the year. I don't really get to make my way up here in April. We're normally fishing somewhere at least for 2 of the 3 weeks in April. So the April info for these Floridians is a lot different, and you have to think the Harris chain does react a certain way most years, but most years the grass changes. It's different. Some years there's heavy grass in one lake and not in another. So you have to take that historical knowledge with a grain of salt. We'll see how those anglers show up. Drew Benton, obviously coming from the panhandle of the state, has done really well at the St. John's and the Harris chain, and so has John Cox. So if you saved him for next week, we'll keep an eye on that as well. But guys like Kyle Welcher, this kind of fits their style. This seems like a fishing tournament where you can go do multiple things in multiple lakes and kind of maybe lock a buzzbait in your hand one day or something, or a walk in top water, and then you're flipping the next day. So for Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, high percentage guys, do you go with the Floridians? Do they really, Davey Height, have much of an advantage this week? That's the question we'll see today.
I don't know if they have a whole lot of advantage this week. I think they had more advantage when we've been here in January, February.
Yep. And it doesn't, I'm not going to say luck, because there's a lot of skill in these decisions, but catching a 6-pounder this week with how few and far they've bit, it can be a little more lucky this week.
You can, but I think that's why a 4-day event really helps with that quote-unquote luck factor, because
if I don't hurry.
that kind of equals itself out after 4 days.
Got a weird fact. Greg Hackney just filled his limit out. 5 fish. 4 pounds, 4 ounces on Bass Track total.
Let's go.
JT Tompkins just caught a 4.5 pounder, jumped in our 20s from near 60th. Tale of 2 weights.
Hey, but for the people who are keeping up with their fantasy team, as Bass Track reflects it, they just got a huge shot in the arm with that 4 pounds, because it's way better than 0 what it's been all day. So.
Yeah. Well,
thank you. My fantasy team feels a little bit of a bump.
Oh, you got
there.
Hackney.
Yeah, and I expect that he's got at least a 4-pounder in his bag if he has 5 for 4, no doubt.
Honestly, I felt better when the 0 was, because I figured he just hadn't put them in.
Yeah.
Well, I see 5 for 4.
Really,
it's like,
kind of the bad news, actually.
Yeah.
That is like a Ripley's Believe It or Not kind of weight right there, Suit. You're right. Weird.
I don't think it's accurate totally, but then you see,
hey,
like Joey Cifuentes just caught his first fish. I thought he was off too. That's exactly with 1 pounder.
Wow.
Skinny.
Such, here's your trivia. We talk about 20-pound bags. Will we see someone with a 5-fish limit that doesn't have any penalties but is under 5 pounds? I don't think we will.
12 inchers.
I do not think we will.
You know, we saw Luke Palmer put in one as a 6-ouncer earlier today. I'm not kidding. He did.
Yeah, I think they're just.
Oh, Hackney has done that before. Anything small, he just says 8 ounces.
He does it specifically to mess with you.
Does he?
Another little upgrade here for Brian Schmidt. Boy, he loves this stretch. He's going to stay with it.
Out, isn't he?
He's going to stay with it no matter what size they are. The bigger ones are going to move in. Here we go. They are getting a little better.
That freaking helps.
Definitely a help there.
It's not really clearing up. It's just cleaner here than it is. You can see where it turns out there a little bit. That's why I was telling you this is where they should be, because that water's so much cleaner in here this morning.
Definitely good looking stuff there. Buddy Gross is fishing.
We've had a few chances right here. It just ain't worked out.
Straight braid to that top water lure doesn't get along with the wind very well. Looping your line and get around the treble hook and ruin your cast. topwater walking bait. It's similar to a frog and also very similar. You could just watch it all day long.
Oh,
and not even...
yeah, it's hypnotic as anything you can imagine.
Some of the cleanest water we've seen out on the main lake. Looks like Scott Martin's left lake, Apopka.
I need to go call a couple fish here in a minute. But Apopka was kind of a bust. Really only caught one fish down there that made any difference, and then I caught that one by the lock, which was a nice little bonus. But, if I can get 2 good 3.5, 4 pound fish, that'll put me back in striking distance to survive on this thing. I think the bite's tough. Just don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's going to be lights out on this deal. Got really lucky. I was coming through the lock. I looked down in the water as I was sitting there waiting on the lock, and I saw this 3-pounder swimming around, and I dug out this rod that I hadn't pulled it out all week, and pitched it over there and caught it. Probably my biggest fish, actually, so it's kind of a bonus deal there. So there's several of them right here in this little trough. This is a good spot right here.
I was looking down. You said he was out of Apopka. Did we show which lake? He was in?
I couldn't tell for sure, but I knew it was not Apopka.
Yeah. He made a big move a few years ago from a
my main bait has been,
there it is. Okay,
yeah.
I was about to say Carlton or Beauclair, somewhere down there. That
Bandito bug,
man, he was able to catch
little,
a few fish
swim bait this morning, and
after
a
coming
topwater
back
as well, a little spook. First thing in the morning, you want to imitate those shad, and then later on in the day, you want to, like down at Apopka, you want to fish black and blue stuff. That water's a little different. They don't really bite a lot of shad style baits down there in Apopka.
He mentioned Apopka being a bust for him. He was one of the anglers that I talked to that was concerned about all the wind yesterday and what it may do to that body of water. By far the softest bottom of any lake on this chain
is
there.
Apopka.
Yeah, so it's certainly that sediment that you have in those Florida lakes will stir up, and it sounds like maybe it did. The big question is some lakes settle out a lot quicker than others, and then you can catch fish a day or two later. Some lakes it takes several days for those areas to settle in and those fish to get active again.
Oh boy, JT Tompkins, a 6-pounder, he's up to 16.5. And Timothy Dube with a 5.14 is in 4th, and Tompkins is right behind him in 5th. Our top 10 just jumbled up.
So Tim Doobie heading through the lock to go to Griffin earlier. He was with Corey Johnston and Robert G in that group early this morning. If he's still around there, that might be another person to keep an eye on.
He had 4 fish come in kind of all at once there, and then his 5.14 put him to 17.6.
Let's get from Scott Martin back over to Trevor McKinney.
When you're ready. Well, guys, it's been extraordinary for what I thought practice was going to be. I knew I had some good fish out there, and still, I don't know where I'm sitting. I don't know if somebody's out there smashing them or a lot of guys are smashing them. I really don't know on that factor. A lot of people said 11, 12 pounds would make a check, but we got like 16 or 17 right now. So it's hard to say. I wish I knew where I was sitting, so I could have pushed it a little closer, maybe catch another one. But I'm just going to take what I get today anyway. I think we're hitting the lock now. We're going to go back through, maybe see if we can, stay in safe where we pretty well can make it back no matter what, unless there was an issue or something like that. So hopefully, we're always better for more. I still have I think like a 3-1 that hopefully, maybe if we go back in Big Harris, I didn't really fish in there at all actually. So I don't really know what to go do, but we're going to go do something maybe. See if we can maybe catch a big one, maybe around a dock, something like that. So I'm just kind of playing it safe right now. I feel like I should be sitting pretty good. I don't know where I'm sitting, but I feel pretty confident it should be, in the top quarter. So hopefully we can just go out and do it again tomorrow. The bad thing is, they're acting so finicky, hitting my stuff. I hung one, hung two. They just popped right off. They weren't grabbing it. So hopefully tomorrow, maybe, I don't know if we're going to I feel like it's going to be another post-frontal day. So as long as we can maybe catch a limit here at the lock, go on for it, and then that's the main thing I need. I need pressure off pretty early where I can go try for them, them 4 or them 3s or them, 5, 6 pounders. Because if I have pressure, those are hard to catch, because you're always nervous. You're like, well, I got to get a bite. It depends on it, So that's the thing right now. We're going to try to, I don't know, it's going to be hard whether if we can get more big bites tomorrow, we never really had a big bite today, but hopefully tomorrow we can figure something out. We're going to see if we can catch another piggin on a glide, but it's, they're just acting so funny. Thank you, buddy. So it's going to be interesting, see what happens. See, like right here, boat coming in, so we're not going to get right through. So I'm glad we played it a little safe. I think we're fitting in the top quarter. Tomorrow we just need above 12. We need above 12 to survive. So hopefully we can do that. Don't really know. It's a hard thing to know when you don't know. I can't control it. So we're just going to go out there. We know we're sitting good for one day. Now we got to go sit good for another day.
Well, I think he's in the top quarter. Easy to say that. He's listed as 9th place with 15. And
That's what we do
I think he's more like
15-6, and he said his smallest one is 3-1, so they must all be cookie cutters.
And there's our representation of our catches out there in Lake Apopka. Was a bust, looks like pretty close to for everybody.
It certainly looks like that, and I think the wind had a lot to do with that. Lake Apopka was the lake that all the anglers that I talked to that went over there said that's where it can be won, but it's a gamble. It takes a long time to get over there. We had a lot of people do that. In fact, it looks like most of them are on the canal headed away from there now. Looks like only 3 fish actually caught in that lake today. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's it's kind of a surprise actually. But, of course, we are post-frontal. As Trey McKinney said, he thinks it might be post-frontal tomorrow as well. We will see about that. It'll be interesting when we get to weigh-in time. The Bassmaster Lowrance Elite in the Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Running out of time here. Beautiful day though, Leesburg, Florida. Tremendous, fabulous host city. I should point that out. It always has been, it seems like. Great facility there for both the launch and the weigh-in. Our TH Weather Watch for tomorrow. Another beautiful day, just 79 degrees, absolutely perfect, low of 53 on tomorrow. 3% chance of a passing rain shower. That's hardly anything to worry about. Just beautiful, beautiful weather after having been rained out. If you're just joining up with us for the first day, postponed till today. This is still day one, and we're getting close to time to wrap it up for especially our first flight anglers who are out there. We've got 30 minutes minus travel time from wherever they are to get to Venetian Gardens, the place where the weigh-in is going to take place here. Historic Leesburg, Florida. here in the middle of Lake County. Always enjoy our trips down here. It seems funny to be here this time of year, Davey. I always think of escaping the cold weather and heading down to Leesburg and getting a big taste of Florida, but we're a little later this time around, and it's a different sort of proposition.
It certainly is. Postponed, but like you mentioned, certainly a great town to visit, whether you're fishing or not. Leesburg, Florida, we appreciate the folks there. Very
How about
much.
a trio of 6-pounders?
What?
Steve Kennedy, 6'8". He's up to 18.2. He's third place. Paul Mueller, a 6'0". JT Tompkins just overtook him in second place. Paul Mueller with a 6'0". Bryant Smith with a 6'0". Coming from nowhere to be in our...
Yeah, we done pretty good out there.
Mueller's 13th, and Bryant Smith is 26th. He was way down.
4. Just making sure I make it back.
Last half hour, JT Tompkins has caught a 4.8, a 6.0, and a 4.0. He's got 19 even.
Well, and one
Bass
thing,
Track, second place.
He might only have just very little amount of tournaments with B.A.S.S. on the Harris chain, but he does have some good finishes, but he's also won with other series here and has a lot of tangible tournament experience at Harris chain, so that's why he's on my Drain the Lake,
JT,
because
I
JT
want to
is.
say 6.
When the schedule came out of the events I thought I could win, like he definitely thought Harris chain would be one.
Doc talk after practice was that he thought he could definitely catch a 30-pound stringer offshore, shell bed, forward-facing kind of deal. I've been keeping my eye on him all day and seeing that he had a slow day, but it looks like he's certainly figured something out here in the last hour.
That's what's.
Here we go. Speaking of figuring it out. That won't help.
Don't need you, Bubba.
Hamner needs to fill his limit.
Whoa, Hamner.
There's our frogfish.
All right. Made good on it, huh?
Justin
You
Hammer.
can put it down now if you want, but now I know how hard it is to put a frog down now that you caught one.
I thought I missed him. I was about to be real happy.
All right, we're getting ready. Let's go.
We have 10 fish over 6 pounds on Bass Track, another 9 over 5 pounds. Hamner's the only one with a 5-pounder who's not in our top 50. He's only got 3 fish, though.
Up close and personal. That was a whole 1 pound. Yeah, you dang right.
Whoa, buddy. John Cox, 2 5-pounders in the last minute. 15 pounds, up to 14th place. Yourself, Tommy.
I'm gonna need you to calm down over there, Tommy.
Hey. I'm
They have
like
little fist pumps, very small, but
70% of the fantasy players, you know. I'm all chalk this week,
I
right?
think about 36 or 37%, I think John Cox was picked.
35.
Oh, well, okay.
I screenshotted it last night. Sorry, I had to just clarify.
Tommy, does that have you in the top 98 percentile now?
No, that he's on my Drain the Lake
Oh,
team,
okay.
actually. So it's a different set of heroes I've got over there. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, he is on my record. So I've got. Wow.
I wish I could forget as much success as
Something
you
blow
forget,
up in there.
Tommy. Golly. I remember all the guys I put on there that I regret. I must be saving John Cox because we filled this out at the beginning of the year. If I didn't use him here I had to use him next week. St. John's.
It's
going to be one or the other, right?
I thought you were saving him for those smallmouth events.
I was going to, but then I got convinced otherwise, He might be a good Smith Lake guy, in the heat of the summer. Who knows? He's had some success there.
God dang it.
And now Cox is in 7th. Just added a 310. I don't know if his fish were just getting caught up on Bass Track or not, but he's got 17 pounds.
If it's not, he just found 4 on the same bed and caught 3 of them.
The 3 fish are a minute apart.
Yeah, I would say he likely caught those farther apart than that, but just punched them in.
He's going through one of them idle zones.
Yeah, and I understand that.
Oh, which is perfect.
At least they're doing it,
hey,
when they get an opportunity. I get that.
100%. Some guys that, you'll see 5 pop in, and so when I get my limit, I'll put them all in, and hey, we appreciate it.
Well, let's not forget that we have a rookie atop our leaderboard right now, albeit a well-traveled rookie, informed John Garrett. Certainly want to give him his due for being the only angler we have unofficially over 20 pounds, right? So
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Tompkins is right, knocking on the door at 19.
19, yeah.
But the way he put in his fish all even numbers, he could have a few more ounces to.
John had a real tough day 1 here last year for the Open to end out the year, so we thought, it's a for sure thing that JT Tompkins going to close out AOY.
It's been rough.
And then John said, I'm going to come back and try to win. I think I can do it. And he had a huge day and got within 10 points of JT.
More than like 12 pounders. Still got plenty of time though. I'll take an 11, okay? That'd be fine. Straight up 11 to the weight. I ain't gonna
Probably
lie.
not right, but all that activity, Trey McKinney has been knocked
expected.
down to 11th on Bass Track, which he's probably has a
Well,
little
No,
more
it hadn't.
weight.
It was pretty dang tough in practice.
Just counting up the
It's
rookies
been weird
in our
today. I
top
haven't
10.
had a lot of bites on that frog that just never got it.
What would you call the color of that walking bait, Davey? Is that
Definitely gonna.
dolphin or mahi?
It does look dolphin. Oh,
What's it called? Okie shad? I think it's like.
Is that what that is?
Okie shad? It's
I
the
didn't expect
chartreuse
as many guys
head
to be
and the-
fishing all these
chartreuse
canals either.
back with that blue on the head.
I think it's.
I want you to talk about this walking bag. What color you got?
Bone.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Talking about the first coat right now.
We call this in the fillet.
First coat.
I don't know what color it is. It's just a color. Who asked that question? Yeah, but which one of them?
Middleton.
Yeah, tell them I can't remember the color.
Tell him Davey asked it.
Custom,
Davey High size.
custom painted.
I would have. You could just respond with a good one. What color is that? A good one.
Heck, it don't matter. They ain't eating the dang thing. I probably need to put another one on.
I think it was gold and shiny.
I mean, we could have said something like one of those rookies said, I don't know, but I'd try a different color. Oh,
Got him. Well, no, didn't get him.
We got that bird off its perch. It thought there was something feeding over here. Don't be zooming in on that thing now. Right here. Hang that thing off the side. They'll be conning you into it.
Time is ticking away on day number 1, our postponed, now almost complete day number 1 here on Friday. Weigh-in starting on Bassmaster.com right here. Those festivities getting underway at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, just around the corner here on the Yeti hot seat. Got that former classic qualifier, yet rookie from Tennessee, John Garrett. We unofficially have him on top. We will see how it pans out when all is said and done. Should be an interesting weigh-in. Coming up at 3. Harris Chain of Lakes here in Central Florida. This is the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, 3rd stop of the year for the Bassmaster. There are the amphicars. It's Barry Barrett here in the studio. Fill me in on what the name of those is.
Seems like 8 hours ago we said turn around, don't drown.
And they're still doing well. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Via Bass Track, John Garrett, the rookie, on top with 21 pounds and 2 ounces. John has been sitting on that lead for a good long while now. J.T. Tompkins, another rookie from out of South Carolina. Brandon Lester, the veteran, who's won here in Florida before. Steve Kennedy, Jordan Lee, Timothy Doobie. John Cox has moved in there, and Ed Loughran coming out of, I believe he was from Apopka, came out of Apopka. He has been in there. Ronnie?
Well, I wanted to kind of set the baseline that the Harris Chain of Lakes might be fishing a little bit down and a little bit tougher this week. It's been, these Florida lakes often go in cyclical deals. It's the best lake in the state for a couple year stretch, and then it maybe has a downturn as grass changes and things. But the Harris Chain has been in the record books for a long time for B.A.S.S. And like you said, Tommy, this is only our 4th Elite Series event, and we had an 08 one, a 2011, 2022, and then this year. So really not many tournaments on the Elite Series level. But when we look at all of Bassmaster records, the Harris Chain stands at the top on a lot of them. And that includes the college 2-day weight record, which has been, it's shared it with Texas Lakes. California's been up there at times. And then also Florida has put their name in the hat multiple times. College 2-day weight a couple years ago, Matt and Leif Mercer from Kentucky Christian, 61 pounds, 13 ounces. And they were able to win the 2-day event there, sharing basically the same shell bar with second place, who, just imagine getting 60 pounds for 2 days of competition and not winning the tournament. But that was done by the Mercer boys from Kentucky Christian, and also Matt goes on to win the Open last fall here to make the Classic. It also has the college 3-day record, the championship here in 2020 in the fall. Cole Sands and Connor DeMauro of Bryan College won with a 3-day record of 84 pounds, 12 ounces. And in that one, they won by over 15 pounds. So somebody got second place with 20 pounds a day, and they won because they had 84.12. It also had, before the season started, the biggest single-day opens weight, which was Whitney Stevens, 32.12. That is now the second biggest single-day weight in opens, because Scott Martin's day 1 at Lake Okeechobee of 33 overtook that. And then also in our top 10 heaviest weights for a tournament for the Open Series, it is 7th. I believe when Chris Lane won here in 2012 with 77 and change was one of the, or 72 and change, I think. And then also Brian Hudgens in 10th place for the biggest opens weights in B.A.S.S. history. So maybe we haven't seen on the Elite Series level produced, but certain times of the year, whether it's October, whether it's January, maybe even February, the Harris Chain has shown up for some big time moments. Plus, I didn't even talk about the individual fish sizes. We've seen some 8s, 9s, 10s that have shown up in B.A.S.S. events here.
What month was the Messrs Brothers record set?
I think it was late January.
Late January.
It was,
okay.
Yeah. Okay. It was the first B.A.S.S. event of the season, so it was just before our February kicks off for the Elites.
Clunn.
Definitely an upgrade.
Yeah.
499th event. How many times he has culled through the years like he's doing right now? How many days of his life has he spent? If you combine them all together, just culling bass and Bassmaster events. How many hours of his life?
Should get him up closer to the 50 right there. Yeah, that's kind of wild to think about.
It really
multiple days spent culling.
Days of your life spent. I mean, like yesterday I spent in Little Rock and accomplished nothing, but at least he was culling with days of his life.
We will.
Trey McKinney playing it safe, getting back close to check-in, he said. Smart move, in my opinion, because he's had a good day. He's had the best day of any of our live cameras, no doubt about it. So,
we know what that means.
We know what that music. You want to take this one there, Ron?
Oh, well, we can tag team it. I do think overall the power pole replay of the day was Trey McKinney. If we thought his morning was good, Davey, catching 5 to 8 fish by the lock this morning, a good starting limit, his afternoon proved to be even better with every hook set.
Definitely did. Not so sure, although he had a great start this morning, not so sure he's got a single one of those fish in his live well right now. He got out in open water, started out with a glide bait, and started catching good quality fish. Never saw him catch a real big one. That might be what we see from him some tomorrow, but certainly got him power pole replay of the day for our live cameras today. Trey McKinney getting it done, catching some solid 2.5 pounders according to him.
Yeah. Did you think, Davey, that our power pole replay of the day on day one at the Harris Chain would feature more glide bait fish and jig fish than anything else compared to what we normally see for Florida baits? Because that is, glide baits are big nowadays, but that was very unique.
A little surprising about the glide bait. Not as much jerk bait as I thought we might see, especially with Justin Hamner, the role that he's been on, and every time we have a camera on him, he's been using a jerk bait. And today we appreciate him throwing a frog, but it hasn't proven to be give him much success.
And that's what's so interesting also is he could go down these same canals tomorrow with the same conditions, but it's the second day of those conditions, and he could catch 3 5-pounders on it. And today, he desperately would need a 5-pound. You know, like you'll just see, what'd you change up? Not a thing. Did the same thing as I did yesterday and caught him. Most of the time, we think a big bag or increase is like I made an adjustment. And it's like,
Certainly, the first post-frontal day, a day like today, can be difficult to get fish to come up and eat top water. Tomorrow, certainly a different day. Little changes in weather affect these Florida strain bass. Certainly what we have here on Harris Chains of Lakes. Been talking to Chief of Fisheries, state of South Carolina. Speaking of Florida strain bass, most of the fish they have sampled recently are more Florida strain than I think anyone thought, even our Chief of Fisheries.
Wow.
Very few. I don't even know if they've sampled one true northern so far in our state, which goes against a lot of what I have read and learned through the years about where the majority, predominant Florida strain fish were. I've heard some people through the years say very few north of Jacksonville, Florida. But turns out maybe not the case.
You'd assume so, that there would be a lot more, especially like in a Murray. Or are you talking about just Santee?
No.
All of it, yeah.
All of South Carolina.
Different samples throughout the
How good
state.
they bite sometimes in February at Murray that you would assume that they're not Florida largemouth.
Yeah.
Clunn's last fish was a 312, got him to 9 3/4 and inside the cut at 41st right now, but there's a lot of guys not on Bass Track.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
And it's day one, of course.
There will be a lot of guys who had a pretty rock solid game plan for how poor practice was. They had a confidence in their game plan. You have the weather come in, you go out and try to prove that game plan right, and now tomorrow it's scrapping it, or now the field's flipped and I'm boat 99 and it didn't go well for me. What do I have to go do to go get back in this tournament? Surprised we didn't see a little bit more activity out of Eustis. It's the lake everybody's kind of got to go through to get to somewhere else, and it's been known to really be a good offshore lake as well at times.
What was Dora our big weight lake today?
It seemed like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say Griffin as well.
Yeah. Dora, Griffin.
Thinking that, you got Doobie, you got McKinney, you probably have, there's some guys with good history there. I'm not sure if they're in there today, but that have had good history at Griffin.
Mentioned boat numbers. That'll play big tomorrow. Some anglers that had later boat flights and chose not to go to Apopka because of the wait for the lock that might go there tomorrow. And I think that lake should be better tomorrow than today with another day of, it hasn't been real calm today, but certainly a lot lower winds than we had yesterday by about 20 to 30 miles per hour.
It looks like tomorrow's wind, we've already had our TH Marine weather report, but why don't we just update a little bit more? So it was really predominantly heavy from the south yesterday, and yesterday afternoon it turned towards more of a west, and it was still high winds. Today is kind of a northwest, and then tomorrow it's going to be a straight north, but it is like the darkest of blues, which is in that 3 to 5, 3 to 7, and so.
Insignificant.
Yes.
Temperature a little higher tomorrow, but 4 or 5 degrees higher tomorrow. So
every time we get a north wind here in Little Rock, Tommy, it always drops 20 degrees. Why do they get an uptick in temperature?
It's Florida. Yes. It's in their contract. Well, don't forget, there it is. There's where the weigh-in is about to take place. They're putting the finishing touches on the stage there, and Dave Mercer will be able to apply his fine touch to entertaining the crowd for a good full field weigh-in at 103. Starting with the first gliders, they're checking in at 3 p.m. That's when the festivities will begin, right here on Bassmaster.com. See who's got a leg up, see who's got to get a bunch of work done tomorrow. Come down in this Florida swing and try to survive if you can. A lot of guys. Some of them think they can win. We'll see how they work out.
And I'll say most Bassmaster weigh-ins start 15, 20 minutes later than we expect them to, but at Venetian, pulling up on the beach,
oh, man,
it's right there. Like it is a premier place to get in and get out, weigh your fish, and go on.
It really is a great setup there at Venetian Garden.
Beautiful place, a great spot. Always a big crowd for bass fishing country. That's what this is down here in this part of Florida. There's your reigning new world champion right there. And he and 102 others, including this young man, almost ran down the record last time the elites teed it up down at Lake Fork.
Interesting to see what he'll have weight-wise. It's saying unofficially on Bass Track that he's at 15.6. Let's see.
I'd say 17 at least, right?
Yes,
something like that. You got full coverage coming your way. In fact, it's going to start early tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, starting on FS1.
Let's go!
Start out with that coverage for you.
Yes, sir.
But the weigh-in, of course, will be 30 minutes earlier tomorrow than it is today because of that earlier start time. We look very much forward to enjoying it with you tomorrow. The Harris Chain, always a big-time event. And we will get it going. Again, 7:30 tomorrow, FS1.
Come on. No! There she is. Yeah! Yeah!